Okay, and now we'll go back into Chrome, see if that works.
I think so. Yeah.
I think, okay, fantastic, that's fine.
There it goes.
So now all we're gonna do is we can just adjust the title for that one really quickly, just because we wanted to have the right one, and then we can just put it in chat like, hey guys, we can just move over to that one. I know it's not the best solution, I apologize, I don't know why it's doing that.
I don't know, but oh well, there they go. There it is. Okay, I'll just leave it as is.
Okay. No, so the only yes. So we're just gonna do one more quick thing, if that's okay. I think you're already live, which is fine. But so on your top chat on the right side, where on chat, if you could click the three buttons.
Yeah.
On the right hand side. In
Got
Chrome.
it.
Yep. And we're just gonna pop out chat.
Oh yeah, and then switch them up.
And if you could just copy the URL for this.
And then put it in the text, or no, which one was it? It was the browser.
I wanted to pull from the previous one.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, and we just go to double click the browser.
And then change it.
And paste it there, exactly.
And then okay.
And just okay.
And then it should pop up. Perfect.
Fantastic, okay. And I think you should be good now. I'm gonna drop.
There we go. Oh. It's kind of working. It's working as best it can. Okay, is it working? Yeah, God bless Wiz. God bless Wiz for all the help. I don't know what was going on with that whole thing, but as long as it's working, that's all I really care about. To be totally honest with you. Appeared, oh God, thank God. Just like absolutely just bless. Okay. Let me put that away real quick here and get this going. The music shall music today. Absolutely. I feel like I owe it to you for the music to music today and to like actually work. I can finally eat my brownies. Good. Make me happy. Okay, and it'll be in this one. I don't know why, but it wasn't working in the other one. Obviously, as you saw, like at the beginning of the stream. So, it should work in this one now. That's what I'm hoping for. And just kind of get everything ready. Yeah, we'll hope that it works in this one. Okay, let me get it. Let me get the music going so that I can get everything working good. Um, I'm not ready for the ending of Volume 2. I'm actually like a little bit scared of the ending of Volume 2. But, you know, we're just gonna do it. We're gonna hop right back in. We're gonna start at chapter 467. So the delayed response, as you can tell. I also kind of forgot to change the chapter, so it's going to be just this chapter the whole time. And then we're gonna go, and I'm gonna turn on the music. Let me know. Dude, okay, the Discord server, I was busy all day today. Like, I was just running around doing stuff, and I would just kind of like leave and then come back and just see messages upon messages in the Discord server. And the amount of times I've almost clicked the Lord of Mysteries spoiler little channel is actually crazy. I keep getting really scared. I will change the title, please. Let me change the title. There you go. Changed it over. So it's now Lord of Mysteries, Volume 2, final. Okay. Let me get this. Thank you, Wiz. Everybody say thank you to Wiz. Could not have done this without you. And Kami as well. But you know what? Thank you. I have the music ready. I have the everything ready. And I'm ready to go. Let me know if you guys, I'm gonna play the music really quick. Let me know if you can hear it. Is it like too loud? Does it need to go down a bit? Yeah, and just everybody else who contributed. I'm so happy about it. A bit too loud? Okay, let me turn it down a little bit. Is this okay? Is this like a good kind of volume ratio versus me speaking? Yes, it's okay. Okay, perfect. A little bit more. Okay, I can do a little bit more down. Okay. Is this good? How are we thinking like this volume? Or do we want like a little bit more? This is good? Okay, perfect. Super, super perfect. Okay, let's get into it. And yes, of course, Cami picked the song, so you know it's about to be good. Don't play this song now. Okay, I won't play this song now. I'll leave it. For a second here. Play this. Okay. Give me 1 sec. Let me grab it. Let me get her. Oh, night music. Oh, okay. What one? Oh, it was this one that you play this or the previous Hollow Knight one. I could probably. What ones did you send? You sent. This one I think is what you sent. This guy? It has a bit of a lag. It has like a very small lag. Yeah, Cammy, what the fuck did you send? Crash and everything. Come on, get back to bed. I don't know what the hell is going on with... Give it a minute. Give it a minute. Is it back? Okay, give it a minute. Oh, wait. Okay, it's back now. Okay, I'll leave it. I don't know. The Wi-Fi's doing things tonight. That's also like part of the reason why stuff wasn't working earlier. So I'm just gonna not fiddle around with it too much. Not fiddle around with it too much, and hopefully it'll stay where it's supposed to stay, and we'll be good. Anyway, before we do anything else, I'm just gonna get into reading. And we're gonna go from there. Perfect. So we're gonna start with chapter 467, the delayed response. So where did we go? Okay, perfect. The iron black coffin with its strange patterns lay quietly in the center, and there seems to be hidden shockwaves in the air that seem to be silently colliding. Emlyn White stood in the corner and lit the candles according to the normal ritual procedures, burning the essential oils and corresponding herbal powders. A dense and unsteady atmosphere emanated, and after recalling the requirements of artificial sleepwalking, Emlyn lowered his head, began to enter cogitation, and repeated the honorific name of the fool. Damn. The fool that does not belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. Amidst his monotone voice, Emlyn gradually entered a magical state. His body felt relaxed and reserved. It felt like he was in deep sleep, but his spirituality was light and energetic as it constantly spread outwards. At this moment, he had a feeling that he was continuously drifting upwards. In the ancient place above the gray fog, Klein was sitting at the end of the long bronze table, tapping his finger on the rippling light screening to the side. He was expressionless, watching the praying figure in amusement. Although it was vague, Klein could tell at a glance that it was vampire Emlyn White. Very courageous, having the drive akin to buying a doll, Klein sighed and didn't respond. He had previously tried to divine the purpose of the Sanguines, but he was unable to obtain any effective relations. The only thing he was sure of was that it had nothing to do with the Aurora Order. This piqued Klein's curiosity, but he wouldn't take the risk of responding to Emlyn White when the lofty Sanguine was beside Emlyn. He didn't know if he could grasp traces of the mysterious space above the gray fog and threaten it like blasphemer Aemon. He had no intention to confirm it, since he was dealing with an avatar of Amon back then, yet now he was facing powerful Sanguine true body. There's no need to take risks on matters of no importance, even if I wanted to know the real purpose of the Sanguines, and it's not like there's no other way. Klein looked at Emlyn while in his state of artificial sleepwalking. He said to himself with a smile, I can delay my response. I plan to wait until tomorrow or the day after. He would suddenly respond when Emlyn White was without protection, and when the Sanguine had given up. However, there was a premise to which which was to first use divination to confirm the degree of danger. Tail Devourer, just like that river. Derek, am I supposed to change songs now that I'm with Derek? But let me know. Tail Devourer, just like that river. Derek Bird suddenly thought of something. Demon Hunter Colin solemnly nodded. Yes, it means that we may have stepped into the river that runs from mouth to source, preventing our departure. Fortunately, this should only be remnants of the Angel of Fate's power. He isn't hiding here. No, it's definitely certain, and it has long since been the case, Derek silently said to himself. At this moment, Colin took out a dark red metal tube. He unscrewed the cap and gulped it down. His light blue eyes quickly turned a lighter tinge of silver. In the end, his pupils seemed to turn vertical, reflecting Jack's figure. A few sparks of silver light lit up in his eyes. They circled or collided at random in an extremely intense manner. Ding! Demon Hunter Colin first stabbed his sword into the ground, and with the flip of his hand, he pulled out the other sword, smearing it with gold sun-like oil. Noticing this action, Jack's expression immediately changed as if he was shrouded in thick shadow. Before he could open his mouth, Demon Hunter Colin moved. He pulled out his sword from the ground, leaving behind a blurry figure. The golden and silver lights shone brightly, illuminating the entire underground hall. The light before the little boy was the most intense. After a mournful scream, the darkness once again shrouded the altar. Jack stood in his original spot without taking even a step. However, the face on the chest had disappeared, leaving behind only a hole where his pulsating internal organs could be seen. A few meters to Jack's side, Demon Hunter Colin genuflected his two swords hanging down at an angle. In front of him, the face was torn apart, reduced to scattered eyes, a nose, and a mouth. These organs spasmed and bounced like electric shocks, and soon they were still, rotting rapidly like they were supposed to. In an instant, Derek felt invisible. Aqueous barriers around him silently shattered. Almost at the same time, he seemed to have left the swift river and returned to the bank. Looking at the gloomy underground hall and the upside-down deity statue, and at Jack, who had distorted expressions and had fainted due to the pain, Derek felt a sense of joy and relief. He knew that he and the others had finally escaped the cycle, repeating their lives. Derek was well aware that although the final solution didn't seem complicated, it might have taken dozens, if not hundreds, of repeated attempts to find the clues and solutions, without knowing any clues or the problem beforehand. In the process, the slightest carelessness could lead to death, and Derek had no way of knowing if a life that was lost could experience a redo, or if they would still revive by the bonfire, but would end up dead after escaping the predicament. What's even more serious is that the people who would always repeat the same choice, which was to say that they would be able to discover the problem in the first place without the corresponding memories and experience. They wouldn't detect any abnormalities, even if it was the 1,000th time, and they would completely lose themselves in the circular river until they reached the end of their lives due to the normal flow of time in the outer world. At the thought of such possibilities, Derek thanked Mr. Fool wholeheartedly for resorting to restoring his memory and giving him a hint. Turning his head to the side, he saw that Joshua and the other members of the exploratory team didn't show any abnormal reactions as they checked the surrounding areas in the way that was similar to the 6th exploration. Perhaps it will only be after returning to the City of Silver that they would realize that they've lost a part of their lives from the difference in dates. Derek thought silently. At this moment, Demon Hunter Colin stood up, walked back to the boy's side, and took out another small metal bottle. He then poured the thick black liquid inside onto the boy's empty chest. The liquid quickly condensed into a translucent membrane, sticking to the wounds and stopping the flow of blood. Haim, Joshua, the both of you are in charge of him. Colin suppressed his throbbing hand and ordered a low voice. To him, this was the City of Silver's hope for riding the curse and defeating the prophecy of the apocalypse. Phew, Derek wanted to covertly thank the fool, but he realized that there was no corresponding prayer gesture. In Empress Borough, the opulent villa of Earl Hall, the sumptuous dinner glistened under the light of the candles and the alluring manner. Unlike what was imagined in the newspapers and magazines. The dinner for a great aristocrat family wasn't serious, and there was no need for silence. This was a rare occasion for the family. We'll just leave it at this. This is a rare occasion for the family to gather together. While eating, they would casually chant about a variety of relaxed topics in order to communicate and solidify their relationship. Audrey sliced a piece of steak which was produced from her ranch, observed Earl Hall's expression, and without hiding her curiosity, she said, "Father, something happened to Prince Edisac recently." If nothing had happened, then her plan was to pretend that she had heard irresponsible rumors that didn't correspond to reality. It wasn't uncommon for this to happen among the aristocracy. Earl Hall paused, raised his eyebrows, and asked, "What did you hear?" "There really is something," gleaning information from father's reaction. Audrey replied with a faint smile. "Some rumors, but they seem to be true." Earl Hall rubbed his temples and said, "It's not a very serious matter. Audrey, I know what you're thinking, so I don't have to hide it from you. This involves a relatively ordinary scandal from the royal family, to put it simply. Prince Edisac has fallen in love with a commoner girl. This leads to the death of an aristocratic descendant. The royal family has blocked the spread of this matter, not wanting to cause too much commotion." His wife took a sip of champagne and said, "It seems he isn't mature enough." Mother is being very tactful with her criticism. It doesn't sound suspicious. Has Prince Edisac really gotten himself involved with a dangerous situation that would bring about terrible changes to Backland? Audrey put on a look of sudden understanding and said with a smile, "This makes me wonder, why would a story of freedom and love involve the death of an aristocratic descendant?" Hilbert Hall kept his head lowered while slicing the tender steak, and guessed with great interest. "It reminds me of the complicated love stories that are so common among the believers of the Lord of Storms. It is very common to fight for honor and for a lady. It's a tradition that has been placed into a museum." Earl Hall denied his eldest son's statement. Audrey seized the opportunity and thoughtfully said, "I don't think Prince Edisac is that kind of person. The rumors have already proliferated. Maybe that's not what they really wanted to cover up." "Perhaps not." Earl Hall ruminated over these words, unconsciously frowning. Knowing when to stop, Audrey didn't say anything else, and she naturally led the conversation in a different direction. She planned on probing her other noble friends about the matter. As a girl that Prince Edisac had once courted, it was absolutely normal for her to want to know the details of the matter. Whether it was curiosity or indignation, there were enough to motivate people to make such an attempt. Being unable to maintain the state of artificial sleepwalking for long, Emlyn White returned to reality in exhaustion. Opening his eyes, he stared at the iron-black coffin. Then he said with a mixture of relief and disappointment, "Lord Nibs, there's no response." After a long moment of silence, Nibs finally said to the rather hoarse voice, "Okay, stay here tonight and prevent any accidents from happening." "All right," Emlyn said, and didn't try to insist otherwise. He spent the night in a worry and trepidation, but the night was so serene and unremarkable. Silently faded only when to Blackland rare winter sunshine scattered across the window. What bad weather. Emlyn left Ordera Villa, lowered his hat, and mumbled while he got into his rental carriage. His destination was the Harvard Church, south of the bridge. After the carriage continued steadily for some time, Emlyn's vision suddenly blurred and he saw an endless gray fog. Then, to his amusement, he found himself in a mysterious and majestic place. Sitting at the long, molten bronze table, at the end of the long table there's a figure shrouded in thick gray fog looking down at him from above. Oh my god. Oh my god. I know, right? This stream is so bougie in comparison to yesterday's stream. So much. For a moment, this is chapter 468, The Moon. For a moment, Emlyn White was stiff and his mind was blank, like the marble statue sitting there. Then he heard the figure leisurely sitting in on the thick gray fog. indifferently asks, "Why do you pray to me?" Emlin's mind buzzed and he blurted out, "It's a revelation from my ancestor. She told us through a dream that the apocalypse is approaching and that we need to make preparations, and I am a key to this matter. My mission was to pray to the fool." Okay. Leave my background alone. Hearing the undisguised and detailed response, Klein, who had been preparing his answers, was quite a loss on where to begin. The vampire Emlyn White had explained everything he wanted to know. A revelation from the ancestors. Didn't the ancient... Oh no. Here it is. Okay. Hearing from the... Is it back? Is it back? Is it back? No, dude, I saw the leg. And... No, I knew it happened too. Oh, it's good now? Okay. Dude, I saw it happening in real time and I was like, cool. Which one of you did it? I was like, which one of you jinxed it? I'm just gonna keep going as long... It'll pick back up. It'll pick back up. I feel it. It'll pick back up. We back you. It'll go. Where was I at? Okay, Emlin's mind was buzzed as he blurted out, "It's a revelation from my ancestors. She told us through a dream that the apocalypse is approaching and that we need to make preparations, and I am a key in this matter. My mission was to pray to the fool." Hearing the undisguised and detailed response, Klein, who had been preparing his answers, was at quite a loss on where to begin. This vampire, Emlyn White, had explained everything he wanted to know. To do with that. A revelation from the ancestors. Didn't the ancient goddess Lilith perish in the Second Epoch, long before the Cataclysm, and have her authority taken back by the Creator? It was precisely because of this that quite a number of vampires tried to pray to the primordial moon, resulting in an extremely tragic outcome. Moreover, Mr. Dorr had also mentioned that the moon card is empty, indicating that, on the one hand, the primordial moon is most likely the embodiment of some other deity or powerful devil, while on the other hand, it indirectly proves that the ancient goddess Lilith has lost her sequence 0 potion, which is genuinely equivalent to dying. Klein instantly connected the dots. Yeah, so did I, Klein. He originally imagined that Lilith, who responded to the Sanguine's prayers on particular matters, was a relic from the ancient goddess, such as the uniqueness of the moon pathway. Thus, it would be rigid, passive, and extremely restrictive, but now it is initiative of providing a revelation had overturned his guess. 2 possibilities. One is that Lilith is being impersonated by another deity who has accompanied a key point ahead of time. Oh my god. Let me change it really quick. Sorry. Chapter 8. I fixed it. She's already in essence, the entity doesn't really care about the Sanguine and provide a revelation of a key test. The greatest suspect to the goddess who has snatched the title, the Lady of Crimson, but she's already sequence 0, corresponding to the star in the card of blasphemy. Why would she covet the moon? Wait, hold up. 2 possibilities. One is that Lilith is being impersonated by another deity who has occupied the key point ahead of time, preventing any opponents from reaching sequence 0 of the moon's pathway. In essence, the entity doesn't care about the Sanguine, and that provided revelation in such a test. The greatest suspect to the goddess who has snatched the title of Lady of Crimson, but she's already sequence 0 corresponding to the star in the card of blasphemy. Why would she covet the moon? Is it just to foil the plans of her enemies? The second possibility is that an ancient goddess hasn't fully perished. As long as no other powerhouse has become a sequence 0 in the moon pathway, she is able to use a unique and incomprehensible method to continue surviving, waiting for a chance to make her return, just like the Black Emperor card's description. And perhaps the goddess has taken a title, Lady of Crimson, to foil the situation in a certain extent. Going by this logic, Lilith recently apocalyptic revelation is her struggle to revive after years of preparation, and the Fool plays a key role in her revelation. If that's true, then the certain way it's an invitation for cooperation, but I'm just a sequence 6 beyonder, so how am I... I'm just sequence 6 beyonder, so how am I to cooperate with a yet to disappear ancient goddess? Let Emlyn White join the Tarot Club. Let Emlyn White join the Tarot Club. The Sanguine are... I'm trying to focus on what I'm reading because I'm getting, like, a lot of lore drop and, like, interesting stuff. And then every once in a while, I'll just look over and just, you know, flash one of those. Honestly, from both of these. From both of the things I'm reading right now. The Sanguine are a race of long lifespan. They have existed since the Second Epoch and must know quite a number of secrets. However, that would be me taking quite a risk. Yes, it would be possible to divine whether or not to pull Emlyn into each gathering ahead of time. Yes, there's a similar... No, like I was looking at the Discord chat all day. I feel like I should have expected it. I feel like I should have seen it. Yes, there were similar apocalyptic prophecies in the sites in the spirit world from the Yellow Light Venethan. So much is happening right now. He also pointed out that the Abraham family's curse would be removed by an apprentice who is help of the hidden existent. This matches Miss Magician's present stage. Okay. She is an apprentice who has received the help of me, the Fool. That's rather interesting. Has every high-level being that's good at prophecies realized that the apocalypse is unavoidable and have seen the Fool's existence and his possible effects? No, actually... One thought after another flashed through Klein's mind, but his expressions didn't change at all. He leaned back in his chair and smiled leisurely. What did your ancestors ask you to pray to me for? The calm voice pulled Emlyn out of his stupor, and he shook his head in a slightly dazed manner. I don't know. At this moment, Klein saw the stars behind Emlyn's chair shift quickly, turning into the symbol of the crimson moon. Yes! Emlyn's gonna become part of the Tarot Club. Yeah, I'm excited now. As expected, the Beyonder pathway of the descendant of the ancient goddess Lilith points towards the moon. Klein chuckled and said, in a situation with the 7 orthodox gods and so many secret existence, why would your ancestors think that I would be the key to the apocalypse? The Fool's attitude finally made Emlyn White calm down, realizing that he had encountered an incredible event. He had been forcibly pulled into a magical place by a hidden existence. He is the Fool. He isn't actually angry. Is it because I represent the ancestor? I, Emlyn White, am indeed special. I was mentioned by the ancestor, and I will receive the response from the Fool. You know what? Say less, Emlyn. Absolutely. With this in mind, Emlyn couldn't help but sit up straighter before saying in deliberation, "Honorable Mr. Fool, the revelation provided by the ancestors is this. I, Emlyn White, will become the key in saving the Sanguine and clinching victory against the apocalypse. And all of this will begin from my praying to you." Dude, everybody thinks they're so important in this. You got, like, Klein, which I guess he is because he's the main character, but then you got Leonard, you got Roselle, you got Emlyn. At this point, everybody's just the main character. The meaning behind his words was, "The key to the apocalypse isn't you, but me. Say less, Emlyn. Speak your truth, King. The fellow has such an 8th grader syndrome signed to him. That's right, he has always been arrogant and feels self-important." Klein lampooned silently with a popular phrase from his past. Amused, he said, "The same question, why me and not the 7 Orthodox gods, or the other hidden entities?" "I don't know." Emlyn shook his head honestly. Klein thought for a moment, then he deliberately said, "Actually, I think I understand your ancestors' intentions. She wishes that with my help you're able to grow into a true, high-level entity and save the Sanguine when the apocalypse happens." "Grow?" Emlyn said in puzzlement. "As you know, us Sanguine have no way of growing out of our own. Only through special ceremonies will we gain the bestowment of our elders and relics of the ancestors that allow our advancement. Indeed, it is to be in accordance with the law beyond our characteristic conservation. Beyond our characteristics conservation. In other words, there will have to be other ways as long as the basic laws is abided to." Klein chuckled. "Your knowledge has blinded you, making you unable to see the wider world. Of course, this question will not be answered by me. The answer must be found by you. I will only provide you with an opportunity." He paused for a second. Damn, Klein really put him in his place there. Then he said in a condescending manner, "Do you wish for such an opportunity?" Okay. They're having a diva off right now. Without any hesitation, Emlyn got up and bowed. "That is what I wish for." "Heh! Where did your arrogance go when facing a hidden existence? Why is there only humility?" Klein secretly lampooned as he tapped the edge of the molten long table and said, "But you have to adhere to certain manners." "Please speak." Emlyn held back his excitement. Klein smiled and replied, "You cannot reveal anything related to me or anyone unless you gain my permission. This includes the Sanguine, who were previously present at the ritual." But Emlyn was somewhat unable to accept the request. Klein asked warmly and in a very certain manner, "It's likely that Lilith didn't get you to report to anyone afterward?" This could be inferred from the fact that there was no prayer content in the revelation. He directly called the ancestor by her name. It sounds like they're old friends. Emlyn's heart trembled as he lowered his head and replied, "No." Klein said with an unperturbed smile, "This is a secret deal, which is why I responded after you were free from surveillance. Similarly, you don't need to report this to Lilith, as it will let certain people notice it." Seeing Emlyn nod in understanding, Klein added, "If you want to be the key to saving the Sanguine, you must suffer the pain of the corresponding thorns. For example, you will not be understood by others, be slandered, be looked down upon. You can only silently proceed forward in the darkness while being burdened by your heavy mission." The words that were aimed at him made Emlyn White imagine a corresponding scenario. He who was always mocked by his kinsmen because of his fondness of dolls, had gotten lost and entered the Harvest Church, stained the traces of shame. He who had never been valued and thought highly by his elders, would lightly guard his race from the corner, protecting everyone without anyone knowing. Very soon Emlyn, who had moved himself, respectfully replied, "Your will pass through the earth." Klein leaned back and said very lightly, "I tactfully consented to this establishment of a secret gathering, and it is held right here. Are you willing to join this gathering in search of the method to become powerful to save the Sanguine?" "I am." The greatest Narcissist in history. I am," Emlyn replied without any hesitation. Klein nodded in satisfaction. "Do you have any other requests?" Emlyn was overjoyed. He said in a hurry, "Honorable Mr. Fool, I would like you to help me dispel the psychological cue in me, a bishop of the Church of Earth Mother." "I know," Klein calmly interrupted him. "He knows?" As expected of a hidden existence. Emlyn's head lowered again. Klein let out a soft chuckle. "I can help you, but what price are you willing to pay for this?" Above the great pog, he had a very potent spirit vision, and he had previously discovered that the dark-colored psychological cue within Emlyn's white spirit body had at some point mostly dissipated, thinning out to a point of frailty. Klein had intended to resolve the problem by referring to the ritual used to resolve similar problems in the Book of Secrets, but this situation now led him to believe that the secret deed ritual with the Black Emperor card and the purification of the Sun Brooch would thoroughly disperse Emlyn's white psychological cue. Price? Emlyn thought about it for a moment, but he couldn't think of anything that would interest a secret existence like the Fool. Seeing this, Klein took his initiative to say, "I am very interested in some of your sanguine history. You can use that in exchange." "The sanguine's history?" After a moment's thought, Emlyn agreed. "You can think about what you would like to describe first." Heh. Before that, you need to choose a code name from them. Oh, dude! What's he gonna choose? Klein conjured the unselected Major Arcana tarot cards on the surface of the long bronze table. Emlyn White scrutinized the cards with interest and said, "The moon. I choose the moon card." I feel like I should have saw that coming. I don't know what else he would have chose, to be honest with you. But, yeah. Damn. I knew that he was gonna go. Is it back? It's every time the song changes. The lag comes back every time the song changes. How long is this one? Let me check. No, it's back. It's back. It should be back. It happens when the song changes. So we'll just have to be careful about that. So sorry, Cammy. I feel so bad about the music. I feel so bad about the music because that's just what keeps fucking this up. They're going, so they'll do it. I'm on chapter 469. So when I get to 470, when you said to change the song, that's when I'm gonna do it. And then I'll just have like the songs kind of loop for like a good chunk of time, and then we'll be good to go. Did the chapter name not change? It should have changed. I'll leave it for now, but the chapter name should have changed. Okay, perfect. Love it. It was just probably the lag. Okay, chapter 469, Vampire Queen. Above the Grey Fog. Oh, I didn't change. Oh, that's what I didn't do. I didn't change the chapter name. Huh. There you go. We fixed it. Change now. Okay. Vampire Queen. Above the Grey Fog and inside the palace that looked like a giant's residence. The moon, Emlyn, thought hard about what part of the sanguine history he should tell the Fool. Vampire, yeah. It's actually just how it's spelled in Jotun, so look it up. The moon, Emlyn thought hard about the part of the sanguine's history and that he should tell the Fool. He and the other ancestors are old friends, so he must know what happened before the cataclysm. He doesn't, Emlyn, I promise you he doesn't. So I don't need to repeat it. In the 4th and 5th epoch, the glory of the sanguine wasn't rare. And that was a lot of history to talk about, but there was only one important point. Emlyn quickly came up with an idea. From what he knew, the fool was likely an ancient god before the cataclysm. Actually, it's the dude that helped you get out of the church. With a heavy Slavic accent. Dude. That's how it was done. No. I'm leaving it. I hope you know, anytime vampire comes up, this is how I'm spelling it from now on. The fool was likely an ancient god before the cataclysm. Due to certain reasons, he didn't perish and had slept till today, gradually in the process of recovering. This explains why no such secret existence had appeared in the Sanguine's records. That had a history spanning millennia, until his honorific name suddenly spread. After some deliberation, Emlyn straightened his back and said, after the cataclysm, the Sanguine left the center of the historical stage of the northern and southern continent and became nobles of different empires and dynasties as individuals instead of as a race. They either governed a territory or guarded a castle in a key area. This continued until our queen, Blood Moon Queen Iurnia, who led us out of the era of darkness, became the wife of the Trunsuest dynasty Knight Emperor. She gathered all of the Sanguine together, and the Sanguine became important supporters of the dynasty. At that time, Loans Augustus and Faceac Enhorn? No, it's not the swamp, it's a name. Auernia. I'll just leave it. At that time, Loans Augustus and Faceac Enhorn had to politely address our queen as Her Majesty. In that era, Queen Iurnia was the symbol of beauty. If there was a magic mirror that could answer questions, then the answer to who was the most beautiful of them all would be her. The more Emlyn spoke, the prouder he became. He went from being reserved and serious to becoming extremely talkative. A magic mirror that can answer questions, isn't that a Rhodes? I wonder if there are any members of the machinery hive mind who were so bored out of their minds to ask the question, mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the fairest of them all? I wonder how Rhodes will answer. Klein sat in the same posture, smiling as his thoughts widened or wandered. After drowning on and on, Emlyn's expression turned serious. All of this shattered in the War of the Four Emperors. The Knight Emperor perished, along with his queen. The Sanguine suffered a terrible blow, and while trying to reap the final fruits of victory, the four noble families, Augustus, Enhorn, Sauron, and Castilla, split the empires, destroying the royal family, which was lacking in high-level beings. The Sanguine had no choice but to retreat to the uninhabitable mountains, to hide in the shadow so as to maintain the continuation of our race. Just as expected, the seven gods were already the seven gods during the War of the Four Emperors. Klein thought of a statue of the six gods in the Tudor ruins. Fortunately, the seven gods were fractured back then, and the four countries attacked each other. After paying a certain price, we finally escaped the disaster. At that moment, Emlyn At that moment, Emlyn was in a rare state of being roused. He looked at Klein and said, "Honorable Mr. Fool, do you have time to listen to my description of the Blood Moon Queen's deeds and the glory of the Sanguine used to have? That will be a heavy tome forged by pages of glorious explorations. I can repeat everything in them. It looks like you can continue on indefinitely. I used to think that you were a vampire who liked vampire who liked puppets and didn't know much history. I didn't expect you to be so professional and academic. No wonder you got always believed the Sanguine to be a noble and are proud of it. The kind of guy who doesn't like going out really will delve into deep research into a topic he's interested in. Furthermore, vampires have a sufficiently long lifespan. Klein hesitantly prepared to decline Emlyn's offer in a euphemistic manner. You guys are watching someone read. And someone misspell vampire. Hope it's enjoying. Although he had no lack in interest in history, he didn't allow himself to listen to them all. It's enough. Klein smiled and said, I like a fair and equal exchange. I like a fair and equal exchange, so I won't let you say anything without reaping rewards. Night Wiz, thank you. Absolute king. You can use your relevant history to trade for what you want from me. All right, Emlyn felt lost for a moment. This was the first time he had the opportunity to tell someone else about the glory of the Sanguine. Normally, in order to hide his identity, he would be able to show up the humans. As for the members of the Sanguine, all of them knew what needed to be shown. He wasn't in charge of educating the newborns. Klein didn't say anything else and resumed his super callous attitude. All right, you can go back now. The dark red light immediately lit up in front of Emlyn White's eyes and quickly devoured him. In a short period of dizziness, he found that he was still sitting in a rental carriage. Soon after, he saw the illusory goatskin parchment and gained the knowledge of how to request help from the Fulvier's secret deed ritual. When I am free in the afternoon, I immediately hold the ritual at home and ask Mr. Fool to dispel my psychological cue. Emlyn was suddenly excited. He waited until the carriage arrived at the Harvest Church before calming down and paying for the ride. And after entering the cathedral, he was relieved to see the Bishop Utrovsky was there preaching to a few believers of the church. He no longer felt the vexed as he usually felt and felt rather relaxed. In this state, he suddenly thought of something. Father Utrovsky has never seemed to stop me from finding a way to dispel the psychological cues. What exactly is on his mind? Eastborough, in a greasy coffee shop, Klein, who had arrived at the scheduled time, was enjoying wheat bread and a fresh pea lamb stew while he listened to Old Coiler. Oh, I love Old Coiler! I love when we get Old Coiler. Old Coiler's report on the information he had gathered over the past week. It was a pity that there was no valuable information inside. When Old Coiler was done, Klein thought for a moment. Then he pulled out a 2 pounds worth of bills and pushed them over. You already paid me just now. Coiler jumped in shock and waved his hand in front of him. Klein chuckled and said, within this week, I'll be heading south for the holiday. After a year of hard work, it's time to rest for a while. I might take 2 or 3 weeks before I return, so I'll pay you in advance. Don't forget to help me gather information. Okay. Old Coiler accepted the notes with a mixture of joy and gratitude. At this moment, he had already thought of how to spend the new year. He planned to buy the cured ham he had been reluctant to buy and match it with the bread. I really can't stand the wait. Thank you, Detective Moriarty. He swallowed the saliva without realizing it. I want to check the spoiler group chat. Klein picked up his hat, hesitated for a moment, and said, you should have noticed the Eastborough had been a bit chaotic recently. Don't take risks, just find out more information. If you notice anything wrong, immediately hide and avoid getting yourself involved. I won't go. I won't. Immediately hide, avoid getting yourself involved. He was rather worried about the matter surrounding Prince Edisag, so he wanted to give Old Coiler a reminder. I understand. Old Coiler patted his chest and said, I'm very timid and I won't take the risk. Very good, Klein praised. Then he remembered the laundry maid, Liv, and her 2 daughters, Freya and Daisy, who just loved to read. I wanted to change their fates before he said, whilst in thought. Watch out for Liv's family. Don't let them be bullied. If there was any outbreaks in Eastborough, take them to a safe place. Outbreaks? You mean the workers' resistance? Coiler asked, puzzled. More or less, Klein answered vaguely. This was the limit of what he could reveal, otherwise it would be very easy for him to suspect by others that the sealed artifact itself. In a large room with small dots, Emlyn White came home at noon and sat in his chair, enjoying the gloom created by the curtains. He looked around and clenched his fists. I'll cheer for myself. With that, the rummage of the materials and spirituality and began to write the honorific name of the fool as well as the corresponding symbols of the magic label. After some hustling and bustling, he tried to the secret deed ritual. His spirituality gradually dissipated, as if he had arrived in the immeasurable high place. Vaguely he saw countless shadows of inflatable shapes, 7 colors of light, and seemed to contain immense knowledge, and the grayish-white fog that stood above everything. Above the boundless gray fog there was an ancient place that was impossible to see clearly. Seated inside this place was a person shrouded in gray fog. Then Emlyn saw a figure of golden majesty and holiness, as well as black wigs that bolted out of the sky behind it. He didn't even have time to count the number of pairs of mysterious wings before he felt himself quickly floating upwards, making contact with that golden figure. Ah! He screamed miserably as he held his head and rolled onto the ground, emitting green smoke from his body. It took a while for Emlyn to calm down, and then he heard the deep voice of the fool echo in his ears. Your psychological cue has been lifted. Is this what it feels like to dispel a psychological cue? It's really painful. Emlyn sat on the floor, panting, his nearly combed hair falling in disarray. Atop the gray fog, you must never go there. I will never go there. I'll be tempted to, but I never will. Emlyn sat on the floor, panting, nearly combing. Atop the grey fog, Klein thoughtfully nodded and said to himself, Indeed, the sunbrooch's purification and dispelling effects can also harm vampires. He had calculated in advance that the sunlight needed to remove the weakness psychological cue wouldn't severely damage Emlyn, so he could be bothered to switching more complicated approaches. And now the result was indeed consistent with his expectations. After taking care of this matter, Klein took off the topaz pendant on his left wrist and planned to perform a divination. It is suitable to head to the Red Rose Manor this afternoon. After chanting 7 times in his mind, he opened his eyes and saw the spirit pendulum standing still and not spinning. The difficulty of divination, something that involves a grade 0 sealed artifact or a con-spinning powerhouse, is too high. I am unable to obtain any effect or relation, Klein sighed, knowing the gist of the matter. Then he started to divine if it would be suitable to head to the Red Rose Manor tomorrow afternoon, but he received the same signs of failure as an outcome. It's always said that the divination is omnipotent, and it has now been proven. I have decided on my own. I have to take this step otherwise. There's no way for me to leave the stage unnoticed. So as to go behind the scenes, the earlier and better. I can delay it otherwise, and the matter might become completely impossible to recover from. As his thoughts churned, Klein came to a decision. He immediately returned to the real world, put on his double-breasted frock coat and his half-top hat, and headed out of 15 Min Street, heading for Prince Edisac Red Rose Manor. Chapter 470. Name. I feel like this was the one I was supposed to change my change the music and make sure the music's all good to go and make it nice in the middle of the chapter. Okay, I'll change the music in the middle of the chapter. Okay, I'll change it then. Outside Red Rose Manor, Klein walked out of the carriage whilst carrying his cane. He closed his eyes and calmed himself as he looked at the red uniformed soldiers standing at the guard. Since sealed artifact 0-08 has been making coincidence to stop the woman with the sapphire ring from meeting me, there shouldn't be any exception today. There's no need for me to worry about running into her. As long as I fool Prince Edisac with my acting, everything would be fine. Klein thought quickly and walked towards the entrance of the manor. After being searched and handing in his gun holster and revolver, he followed the valet's lead and walked across the gray slate road, past the fountain spewing clear spring water, and entered a man's house. They arrived at the 2nd floor and arrived outside the room that was supposed to be solarium according to the layout. During the entire process, Klein had his heart and mouth worried about something unexpected would happen. He was afraid that the situation would develop in the worst possible manner. Dude, what the fuck is about to happen? I'm kind of scared right now. Knock, knock, knock. After knocking gently on the door, the valet approached the door and whispered, Detective Moriarty has arrived. After a full 10 seconds of silence, a heavy voice came from inside the room. Your Highness has invited him in. The door creaked open and warmth spread outwards with a temperature that was warmer than the hallway. Under the watchful gaze of the two tall guards, Klein stepped onto the thick, patterned yellow carpet. He took a few steps forward, skirting the cabinet and separating from the inside from the outside, and he saw Prince Edisac sitting at the full-length table, windows enjoying the rare winter sun of Backland. A round, impressionable face didn't have the slightest trace of a smile, and this naturally created a solemn and repressed atmosphere because of this combination of the elegant fireplace and the metal pipes of the room was warmer than late spring. Prince Edisac wasn't wearing a coat, and his upper body was covered with a white shirt with cuffs which resembled blooming flowers and a pale yellow vest. Seeing this, Klein was actually secretly relieved because the woman wearing the sapphire ring wasn't accompanying the prince. Thus, he quickly stepped forward and bowed. Edisac held a steaming cup of black tea in his hands and didn't invite Klein to take a seat. He maintained his previous expression and asked in a deep voice, Any results from your investigation? No. My divination, my spirit channeling, my interviews, my investigations all tell me that Talim died of a heart attack, Klein said with a heavy, painful expression, with obvious signs of self-blame. I'm just too weak in every aspect, Your Highness. You should hire a stronger and more powerful helper. Why don't you get someone better? He added silently inward. It was only then that Edisac seemed to clearly notice Detective Sherlock Moriarty's face, as he felt he aged considerably, as though he had been unable to sleep at ease for a long time. It wasn't an illusion because Klein has used his faceless powers before he left to adjust the state of his face, making his skin look dry and lustreless. He made his beard appear messy and his eyes, bags bigger, darker, and more obvious. Edisac was silent for a moment before he put down the white porcelain cup and golden inland rim. I understand. It's indeed like forcing a square peg around a hole. It will have something else follow up on the matter. Perhaps prepare an investigation report and don't leave anything out. After that, it's time to bid farewell to Backlund and head south. Okay, I will remember that. All right, Klein inwardly clenched his fist and quickly took out a folded piece of paper from his pocket. Your Highness, there's no need for you to wait, as I always had the habit of recording things in writing. After instructing the attendants to take their report, Prince Edisac casually flipped through it and put it aside. Is there anything else you need? No, Your Royal Highness. Please allow me to take my leave. Right. I will be heading south sometime. Here we go. For some time, I want to use the warm sunlight there to melt the pain in my heart. Klein responded. Is this where I'm supposed to be switching it? After that, it's time to... Oh, no, it's not. Okay. It's a new custom in Low, and Prince Edisac nodded slightly and turned to the funkle in the old butler. Send Detective Moriarty out and get him a carriage. The nearest town to Red Rose Manor is about 15 to 20 minute walk. I'll have to hire a carriage when I get there. Yes, Your Highness. The old butler bowed and said politely. Klein didn't let down his guard and quickly took his leave. He followed the old butler all the way to the entrance of the manor and took back his underarm gun holster and his weapon. Less than a minute later, he was seated in the Red Rose Manor carriage. He leaned... I have, anxiety. I feel scared. He leaned against the carriage wall and watched the manor turn small and distant grew. Klein relaxed and let out a long breath, letting his hanging heart calm down to its original position. He knew that he had left the center of the stage. After that, it's time to bid farewell to Backland and head south. A complete curtain call. After that, I'll change my looks and sneak back in secret. He calmly considered his subsequent plan. I'll change it over. Change it over. And get it going. We'll get it going. We'll change it over. We'll get a... Okay. I'm gonna wait and see. Something's going. We're gonna see if it works, because it might start to lag. Might start to lag. Bro, it's lagging. No. It's lagging. It's lagging. She's lagging. Is it going? Okay. It's going. It's going. It's going. Okay. Ooh. It's back? Okay. I know. I'll figure it out. I'm figuring it out. Okay. Suddenly his spirituality stirred as his spirituality tensed up as he saw the door of the carriage quickly open and silently close. Before he could respond, he saw a figure quickly outline itself. It was wearing a heavy black dress and had a sapphire ring on its hand. Sapphire ring. Upon seeing the scene... Klein, who was at the juncture of the flight response, narrowed his eyes and sat back down, not daring to act rashly. This was a terrifying person who possessed a grade 0 sealed artifact, or was a demigod of similar level. It's really true that the more people are afraid of you, of something happening, the higher the chances are of happening. 0-08 or something else. What happened to the coincidences you create? Klein's spirit and body instantly tensed up. Dude, my spirit and body instantly tensed up. As he could only watch helplessly as the figure appeared in front of him. The lady's age was completely different from her dressing style, and she looked about 18 or 19, had the round face, slender eyes, and a gentle and refined temper. Deep down, she was sweet and was outstandingly gorgeous beauty. Klein was surprised for a moment before immediately recognizing her and bleeding out. Tris, no fucking way! I knew it had to do with the demoness sect. Like, I knew they were back. No way, it was Trissy? Okay. Goddamn. Okay. Cool. Did not see that one coming. Isn't this the fellow that had gone from being an insecure Triss to witch Trissy? Yeah, that's same bitch. Same one. How did she go from being wanted to becoming Prince Edisac's woman? Does he know? He must not know. No. Does he know? Does he know? When he looked again carefully, he saw that there was something different about Trissy. Her facial features weren't outstanding alone, were softer and more delicate. But when placed together, they were stunning. Hearing his surprise, Trissy became happy instead of being alarmed. She revealed a sweet smile and said, "You know me. You knew it. I knew you know me. A detective with beyond her powers definitely pays special attention to the wanted posters." She looks very happy. Klein cautiously asked with doubt and "What do you want?" He clearly remembered that the person before him wasn't a good person. Triss had single-handedly created the tragedy of Alfalfa via investigation, while Trissy had caused the death of many innocent civilians in Tintin City. Trissy pursed her lips into a smile and said, very simple, quickly report me to the Nighthawks, the mandated punishers, the machinery hive mind. Get them to come here and capture me. Calling the cops on yourself. This this woman must be insane. Klein, this, first of all, he says this transvestite, and then he's like, this woman must be insane. Klein was a bit at a loss. Yeah, same here, babes. He soon figured out the meaning behind her message. Trissy would rather be locked up behind Shanna's gate than stay at Red Rose Manor. She's trying her hardest to get out of here. Simply put, she believes that this place is more dangerous and more despairing, including that being caught by the Nighthawks and mandated punishers. Klein tried his best to control his expressions and asked in a deep voice, "What are you afraid of?" Trissy stood dazed for a second before she widened her eyes and said with her unfocused eyes, "There's someone manipulating my life. There's always coincidences that horrify me after they happen. And I'm becoming less and less like myself." Saying this, the corners of her mouth curled up as she said, "Can you imagine being someone who loves those shy and cute maids? Can you imagine the pain when I wake up in the morning in the arms of a naked man? I can. That's why it is best to stay away from being an assassin or a witch." Klein couldn't help but imagine such a scene, and his heart palpitated for a moment. Trissy continued with a self-deprecating smile, "I thought that by working hard to advocate to become pleasure that I would be able to free myself from this weird state. Hence, I sought people to help me search for the corresponding Beyonder ingredients, but the outcome only turned worse. Sometimes I forget a lot of things." Oh my god, dude, that's crazy. That's actually crazy. But the outcome only turned worse. Sometimes I forget a lot of things, but they end up really happening. I endure light leg, she back. Sometimes I forget a lot, but they end up really happening. I endure the disgust, seduced Talim and tried to get him to help me escape. No! She went for my boy Talim? That man could not catch a break. And tried to help him escape. Who knew that I ended up killing him with a curse without even realizing it? Do you believe that? They even changed my name. They wanted me to completely abandon my past self. No, absolutely not. They thought I could only overcome the coincidence for a short period of time and that I would soon get back on track. It was just an impression I deliberately created for them, so I have managed to meet you, Mr. Detective. Pleasure, demoness, ingredients. Klein suddenly remembered that the Beyonder gatherings held at old Mr. Eye of Wisdom, Isengard Stanton, there had been a person who had requested to purchase the main ingredients of the demoness of pleasure potion. With him being aware of the formula, he instantly noticed it on the spot, but he had chosen to ignore it. He gradually forgot about the matter with time. So that was Trissy who was trying to get it. So that was Trissy's helper. She was already by Prince Edisac's side by then. Why do I somehow feel that her present smiled look so miserable and beautiful? Demoness of Pleasure is sick. Klein took a breath, his thoughts in a jumble. As he organized his thoughts, he asked cautiously, "What did they change your name to?" Trissy furrowed her beautiful brows as she answered with a somewhat blank look in her eyes. Trissy Cheek. Trissy Cheek. Klein suddenly raised his head, his whole body turning numb once again. As stiff as the marble statue. That very moment, there was only one page of Roselle's diary that was madly reverberating in his mind. June 5th, I obtained an ancient book. It actually mentions the primordial demoness's name. Her name is Cheek. Chapter 471, Klein's Preparation. Awesome! So awesome. So awesome. Why we all not working? Kind of crazy how, like, bad the audio is. Or not the audio, the, like, Wi-Fi is. It's normally not this bad. Like I said, someone really doesn't want me to finish this book. I don't know who, but somebody doesn't. Somebody doesn't. Klein's preparations. Cheek. The goosebumps on Klein's skin surfaced uncontrollably as he looked at the beautiful young lady with her misty eyes and furrowed brows. The goosebumps were distinct and were accompanied with cold sweats. At this moment, he felt as if he had returned to Tingen, back to the Blackthorn Security Company, and was about to activate his spirit vision to observe Magos and the baby in her womb. The fear that resulted from his instincts was so clear that he felt like a giant had tightly gripped onto his heart. He finally understood that the thing interfering with the gray fog and his divinations wasn't the grade 0 sealed artifact or a mystical item of the same level. There was something even more terrifying hidden within Trissy's body. A symbol of the apocalypse, the primordial demoness. No, she isn't the primordial demon, yes, yet. Otherwise, I would have already lost control just by being together with her, turning into a pile of squirming, rotten meat. She is in a very strange state. Awesome. Trissy's brow eased as her eyes regained their focus. As she looked at Klein, who didn't dare to move at all, she gently lifted her right hand, allowing her slender white figure to slowly slide down from her side of her body. With a bit of grievance, seduction, and malice, she laughed and said, "If you can inform the Nighthawks, the mandated punishers, the machinery hive mind about this matter, and I happen to meet you before they arrest me, I don't mind letting you know what true pleasure is." Damn! Okay, she really just offered that. Oh, what was it? You can switch to normal latency under stream settings, but it won't change while you're live. Easy, why are you yelling at me, dude? It's only my second time doing this, okay? No need to shout. No, honestly, I probably would have folded too. I would have been like, you know what? Let me call the Nighthawks heel real quick. Can't even blame him. Can't blame him for that one. I'm gonna switch it really quick so it has like less latency. I think that's what he said to do. And like that'll fix it a little bit. I'm assuming that's what'll fix it. I'm so scared to restart. Dude, I'm scared to restart. I feel like if I restart, it won't let me start again. But we can give it a go. Yeah, no, I'm scared. I'm scared. Dare I say we do it? Dare I say we try? And we'll see what happens. We'll see if she works. If she goes. If she doesn't work and go, that's... Don't know what else to say about that one. Fuck it, yeah, fuck it, we ball at this point. Let me do that. Let me find it really quick. I'm also like a little bit shocked that it's Trissy and how the story is going and what's happening in it. Shocking me a little bit, but that's okay. Like really shocking me a little bit, I think. I'm gonna finish the volume today, yeah. So I'm gonna finish it. It's being weird. It's not letting me do it, so I'm just gonna leave it, and we're gonna... It also won't let me loop the video for some reason. But that's okay. I'll leave it for what it is. I'm so scared to end the stream and do it. Okay. Okay. If we end it, I might not be able to get it back up. I'm like being totally honest. I'm being completely honest. We might not be able to get it back up if I end it. Okay. I'll leave it as such. No, that's what I'm saying. I think the internet is just so shit right now that like I'm gonna leave it as what it is because I don't want to fuck around with it, to be honest. Like it's not doing it. And I don't want to, I'm so scared to like touch it. I'm just gonna keep reading. Okay, Trissy's brows eased with her eyes regaining their focus. As she looked at Klein, who didn't dare to move at all, she genuinely lifted her right hand, allowing her slender white figure to slowly slide down from the side of her body with a bit of grievance, seduction, and malice. She laughed and said, "If you conform, I'll let you know what true pleasure is." Klein's gaze subconsciously followed the movement of her fingers, and all sorts of mind-blowing details surfaced in his mind. They aren't considered big, but they're very firm. What am I thinking? What am I looking at? Is this the seductive powers of the demoness of pleasure? Absolutely is. Absolutely is. Ignoring the fact that you were once a man, even if you were a true lady, without having committed many heinous crimes in the past to lessen the psychological rejection I have, I wouldn't dare to. If you were to suddenly awaken as the primordial demoness, even the fool can't handle that. Dude, that's crazy. Klein silently sighed, raised his head, looked at the carriage's wooden roof, and said, "Do you think that I, an ordinary low or mid-sequence beyonder, would have the ability to escape the pursuit of the royal family? I think they've already discovered that something is wrong, and they're about to take action." Trishly felt somewhat smug, and Klein didn't dare to look straight at her. She chuckled softly and said, "I'll try to escape and divert the main pursuing force, although the remaining ones are still very powerful. It's not impossible to deal with them. I believe that you will fight with all your might for the sake of your own life. You have great hope." With that, her finger quickly disappeared as if someone had wiped it away with a rag. That was different from Sharon, as it wasn't a return to a normal wraith state, but a direct form of invisibility. Bam! The carriage door opened and then closed. The sweet fragrance that remained drilled into his nose, and Klein retracted his gaze, his face sinking. Even now his arms were still trembling slightly, as if he had contracted some disease. If it wasn't for the rich experience, even though he had faced the son of an evil god in the real world with a belly between them, he knew who was the name Trissy Cheek meant wouldn't have been able to bear the terrifying pressure and would have collapsed on the spot. It was akin to having a rubber band stretched too tightly to the point of tearing. It seemed like Trissy still didn't know what happened to her body. She also doesn't know the meaning behind the name Cheek. Klein quickly calmed his thoughts, looked out the window, and estimated the distance, counted the time. His spirituality, intuition, and corresponding experience told him that doing anything in such a situation was better than nothing. Therefore, with the danger of being silenced at hand, he was prepared to try his best to save himself. 3, 2, 1. Klein suddenly opened his eyes, snapped his fingers. At the edge of the road, a small light fire ignited the tree with only withered branches left. The flames quickly soared into the sky. Several matches inside the pocket that Klein had intentionally divided up burst into flames, and crimson-colored engulfed his black attire. His figure disappeared from the interior of the carriage, and he walked out from the flames up by the roadside. Pa, 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 he kept snapping his fingers, and his left hand repeated his figure, constantly flashing through the sparse, withered forest. He rode the flames and rapidly arrived deep in the forest, which couldn't be seen from the outside. Then he paused and pulled out the accessory hanging around his neck. He always knew very clearly that there were hidden elements behind this matter. Therefore, for his visit to the Red Rose Manor, he abided by the principles of the magician. He had made some preparations beforehand, such as separating his matches and carrying the number of mystical items on him. Among the mystical items, the biological poison bottle and the sun brooch were involved in the Capine and Wraith incidents. Therefore, out of caution, he left them above the grey fog. As for the all-black eye, which was left behind by Marinettus Rosago, it wasn't difficult to get past the manor guards, hence it was met with the same treatment. Finally, other than the 3 kinds of bullets, purifying bullets, demon hunting bullets, and exorcism bullets of purification, he only brought along 2 mystical items. The first was the master key that allowed him to pass through obstacles. The side effects of losing control be offset by dowsing. Furthermore, it looked like an ordinary key, so it wasn't easily discovered. The other item was the key element of Klein's preparation, Azic's copper whistle. Simply put, when faced with the danger he couldn't handle himself, he asked for help of a powerhouse. After the encounter, whether I recognized Trissy or not. Trissy or not, I am definitely on the kill list. There was a high chance that I'd been targeted by 0-08. There won't be any negative effects getting Mr. Azic's help. Well, if 0-08 has been behind all the coincidence. Klein raised his cold, ancient copper whistle and put it mouth blowing on it. Oh, is he finally gonna go get Azic? Without the sound, he activated sphere vision and saw that the white bones that gushed out from the ground like a fountain. He saw the nearly 4-meter tall messenger taking form. He saw the nearly 4-meter-tall messenger taking form like a fountain. He saw the huge body gave Klein a sense of security. He took out the pen and paper he carried with the words, "Help." Next, he folded the paper and stuffed it into the messenger's hanging palm. After the messengers had disappeared, he put away the copper whistle, deliberately put on the prayer posture, and quickly chanted the honorific name of the Fool. "Honorable Mr. Fool, my investigations have borne fruit. The woman Prince Edisac fell in love with is the witch Trissy from the Demoness sect. She has already advanced to Demoness of Pleasure, and the upper echelons have changed her name to Trissy Cheek." After quickly making the report, Klein didn't bother to hide his identity and immediately took 4 steps counterclockwise to head above the Great Fog. In the middle of the day? In public? Then he retrieved the sense of him praying and threw it into the crimson star, symbolizing misjustice. He tried his best to freight a mocking tone and added in a super callous manner that was congruent with the style of the Fool. "Cheek, this is the true name of the primordial Demas." After doing all of this, Klein immediately returned to the real world, ready to run for his life. Okay, absolutely, okay. Crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Crazy. Okay. It's gonna lag a little bit, but it's gonna come back. Let me know when it's back. We'll finish today. He only had taken a few steps when his eyes suddenly lit up. He subconsciously raised his head and saw several meteor is burning with raging flames falling from the sky, tearing through the sky and enveloping the entire forest. This, at a moment, the scarlet light shone into Klein's eyes, giving him an abnormal feeling. He'd never expected the person he was against would send meteorites from the sky to silence him. On the yellowing notebook, what? I'm sorry, what? Wait. He never expected... Silence him. On the yellowing notebook, a seemingly ordinary quill wrote, "For unknown, inexplainable reasons, the Dalsac meteor shower arrived on the planet 2 days early." Awesome! A portion of them just happened to land in the forest where Detective Sherlock Moriarty was hiding. Yes, just happened. Tuesday afternoon in Audrey's study, a teenage girl who was about to reach adulthood was listening intently with Miss Escalante explaining the connection between the intersection of spectator and telepathist powers with the mysticism. He sent fucking meteors down? That's crazy, dude. Oh my god. Suddenly he saw the endless gray fog and blurry figure in the prayer position and what happened in the forest. Soon after, the words reached her ears. Prince Edisac, the Demoness Sect, Witch Trissy, Demoness of Pleasure, Trissy Cheek. Audrey automatically filtered out the irrevocable details and noticed the most important word. So that's the reason the person Edisac fell in love with is the demoness. Furthermore, many of the demonesses are transformed men. Why do I feel like laughing? Is this why he will bring danger to Backlund? Well, I have to warn Father, but what method or excuse should I use? Audrey tried her hardest to control her expression and gaze, but her mind wandered. At this moment, she saw Mr. Fool leisurely sitting at the end of the long bronze table. She heard him say in a gentle tone, with a hint of ridicule in his voice, "Cheek. This is the true name of the primordial demoness. The true name of the primordial demoness, the primordial demoness." As her mind buzzed, Audrey's expression instantly collapsed. What's wrong? As an observant telepathist, Escalante immediately noticed that something was wrong with Miss Audrey. Audrey thought for a moment and didn't hide her concern as she said, "Miss Escalante, I just remembered something bad. I should have told my parents before, but I forgot. It will lead to terrible and serious consequences. For example, the destruction of Backlund, how a few of the millions of people who live here, regardless of them being nobles, the middle class, or the poor, will survive." Audrey pursed her lips. Her concern couldn't be hidden in the sparkling emerald-like eyes. Escalante frowned and said, "Will it be too late to do now?" "It's better than not to do so. Miss Escalante, please wait for me." "No, you should leave first." Audrey entered her spectator state and calmly made her decision. Then she got up and left the study and went into the hallway. "Father has gone to the House of Lords. Mother only is home. But what should I say?" Audrey frowned slightly. She didn't slow down, nor did she increase her pace. Next to her were her personal maid and her huge dog Susie. Gradually she had the idea that she arrived at the living room where her mother was. She was already made up her mind. Taking a light breath, Audrey felt an unusual sinking sensation on her shoulders. Then without hesitation she knocked on the door. Chapter 472, Latent Danger. So that's how this whole thing ends. Is kind of crazy. Like how the whole thing ends is actually insane. I also just realized that I put Sanger, but I'm not fucking with it, so we're leaving it. Lady Caitlin was sitting on the sofa with the activity room with the deputy butler, butler's assistant, and the attendants of the corresponding service seated opposite her. She was... she gave instructions on the various things to take notes of the... In particular, she gave instructions to the very daughter Audrey came in. "Mother, I have something to tell you." Audrey swept her gaze across the other people in the room. On the way to the activity room, she had felt the slight tremor, but she didn't discover anything unusual. Lady Caitlin looked around and nodded. "All of you can return later." The activity room turned silent very quickly. Even Susie was signaled by Audrey to leave. "You should stay by my side more often and learn how to handle matters, although you don't lack such content in your family lessons. It's still profound knowledge and how to effectively combine theory with practice." Lady Caitlin, who was in her early 30s, despite being in her 50s, smiled and educated her daughter. "All right, my little angel, what is this?" Audrey tried to produce the elegant smile she practiced in an etiquette class, but she found herself with a heavy, nervous smile. She pursued her dry lips and directly said, "Mother, I've been hiding something from you and Father." "Oh?" Lady Caitlin tilted her head, waiting for a further explanation. Audrey's words were a little scattered. What's she gonna say? But immediately became soothed. I'm already a beyonder. the kind of person who possesses miraculous powers by consuming a potion. The blonde Lady Caitlin raised her eyebrows slightly and answered without a hint of surprise, I know. Both your father and I know about it. Huh? Audrey was momentarily at a loss as to how to continue. Lady Caitlin covered her mouth and laughed. You took so many magical ingredients from the vault, and you're so naive to think that your father and I didn't notice. Dude, I love that. I love that so much. By your father's side in the villa and in the life of our family, there's no lack of beyonders. They may be a result of simple employment relationships. They may be assigned by the Church of the Goddess, or they may have been members of the Hall family. His Majesty has tactfully agreed to such matters, and we have also tactfully consented to your little adventures. We also have tactfully Sai, you will never eventually grow up to mature. Your father and I will never be able to protect you under our wings forever. You will have to face certain matters alone, so having additional powers to aid you in the trump card is too good. Yes, according to the general knowledge that I'm aware of, the initial stages shouldn't be that dangerous, and advancing will require 1 or 2 years, or maybe even 3 years, so your father and I aren't too anxious, and we intended to wait until you become an adult to give you a word of warning so that you can stop in the present state. No, Mother, your general knowledge is wrong. You don't know the acting method. If I have all the ingredients, then I can become a Sequence 7 psychiatrist before the new year. Moreover, I do not wish to stop. The death of Duke Negan has made me understand that the world isn't as stable and peaceful as I thought it was. I wanted to have a power to protect all of you in a critical moment. Mr. Fool is gradually recovering. The evil gods are making repeated attempts to descend. Although I am still immature and lack the necessary knowledge, I can sense the hidden, indescribable dangers from these matters. Audrey had always known that she could avoid the problems of taking beyond her ingredients from the vault, but she had thought that perhaps by chance her parents weren't aware of the specific effects of those items. At most, they would suspect that she was getting deeper and deeper into the mysticism enthusiast circle. After releasing the burden of her heart, she had noticed that her mother's exploration had said, Mother, I later joined a secret organization with one more academic that worships an evil god. Please forgive me for not being able to say its name and details, but I have already made an oath. Without waiting for her mom to ask, she cut into the chase. I received word today that the commoner girl who Prince Edisac had fallen in love with, it was a demoness. I didn't know what kind of plot they were plotting. The first 2 statements of hers didn't contain any absolute connection, the former referring to the psychology alchemist, while the source of the letter was the tarot club, which was Mr. Fool. Although the arrangement and sentence, every word she said was true, one could only confirm through divination. However, it was to make people believe that her news came from the secret organization known as the Psychology Alchemist. The smile on Caitlin's face gradually disappeared as she solemnly asked, Demoness? She didn't know much about the mysterious world, but the very world was enough to make sense of an evil and become uneasy. Audrey quickly nodded. Yes, a demoness of pleasure. And what scares me even more is that her name is Trissy Cheek. What's wrong with that? Her mother asked, puzzled. A member of the organization has seen the name Cheek and in an ancient book. Audrey said with a lie that she had already planned for. Whether it was her tone, her words, the detail of her expression, or her body language, they were all flawless. In the 4th epoch or earlier, it's a name that belonged to the primordial demoness. Immediately after, she gravely added, it's an evil goddess. Lady Caitlin didn't understand what the primordial demoness meant, but she knew exactly what the evil goddess meant. She couldn't sit any longer and quickly replied for the questions, Are you sure? I'm not sure. Audrey didn't doubt Mr. Fool at all, but she couldn't say openly, no matter what I thought, it's necessary to seek the royal family. No. Get the beyonders of the Church of the Goddess to confirm that matter. If it involves the evil goddess, it's always the right decision to be cautious. Caitlin looked up at her daughter in surprise. Audrey, you've grown. If it wasn't for the urgency of the matter, Audrey would have pretended to be reserved upon hearing such praise. Audrey would first modestly wheedle out the return in a room of glee. She might even twirl into a dance. But now she couldn't care about that at all. She quickly let her worry and nervousness surface on her expression. Mother, can you help me hide the truth? I heard that the beyonders of the church and the royal family abhor secret organizations that aren't a part of them. Well, you can say that it was news which father received. He should have plenty of channels of information. Caitlin stood up and gave her daughter a hug. Don't worry, neither of your father nor I will involve you in this. Your father won't be back until this evening. I'll first let out a hidden guard appearance, pretending that he sent a message. Then I'll get the Church of the Goddess to send beyonders to protect our family. All right, Audrey replied happily. At this moment, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. She was exhausted from maintaining her prolonged high level of tension. Looking at the few burning meteors crashing down at a high speed enveloped the whole forest, Klein actually had a thought, wanting to helplessly for his doom and despair. Even if he continuously using flaming jump, it would be impossible for him to escape the forest, and the dangerous epicenter before the meteor shower landed. Moreover, a weak body of a Beyonder from a seer pathway didn't allow the possibility of him withstanding a head-on meteor strike. That's crazy that he just sent a full-blown meteor strike after Klein. Even a zombie that would be wounded by a revolver would immediately turn into a minced meat under such an attack. Moreover, it would become charred a black flaming gun, which is actually insane. And I don't think we talk about that enough. More of it would become a flaming jump. The yellow-white light shone into the deeps of the eyes, quickly giving Klein, who had not given up, an idea. In the situation that was depicted in seconds, he didn't hesitate. He did whatever came to mind. After silently calculating the distance, Klein snapped his fingers and ignited all the remnant matches in the matchbox. The streak of crimson light soared into the sky, quickly enveloping his figure with it. Klein disappeared without a sound, appearing in the flames above the meteor. Whoosh! The meteor rapidly descended. What's happening? Klein disappeared without a sound, appearing in the flames above the meteor. Whoosh! The meteor rapidly descended. The moment he leaped out of the flames, he was away from the meteor's vicinity, entering a region of air with frighteningly high temperatures. At the moment when he used his Beyonder powers to jump, Klein was immune to ordinary flames, even if the temperature was rather high. However, upon exiting the state, he had to do his best to avoid the flames via flame control. Otherwise, he would suffer burn wounds and even burn to death. In addition, a hot air was within his jump range. Klein... No, yeah, I got that. I know what he's doing. I'm just kind of like, yeah. Klein snapped his fingers again, causing the air to circulate point at night. He phased into another flame, trying to avoid the first blast upon the meteor's impact. Moreover, no matter how many times he tried, how many risks he took, he still couldn't escape the danger. There were only two choices: to jump to a point away from the forest and suffer the meteorite's resulting blast, or to jump around like an acrobat waiting for the mushroom cloud to swallow him up. For a moment, Klein thought he could see himself being torn apart, scorched back with flames still burning over his body. Okay. A thought flashed through his mind, and his vision suddenly changed as all the colors saturated. The reds became redder, the yellows became yellower, and the whites became whiter, just like a strange oil painting. The oil painting seemed to be different from the real world, allowing Klein to watch as the meteor slowly crashed into the ground. The patch of the forest was instantly destroyed, and the ground clearly quaked a few times. Clumps and stones rose up, forming a strange mushroom cloud. Such an impact didn't affect Klein. What's up with mushrooms? So many mushrooms. Since an impact didn't affect Klein because the blast simply didn't enter the supposed still oil painting world, Klein was stunned at first before he saw the human figure next to him. The figure had bronze skin and a medium build. He wore a long black suit and a half-top hat. He had a pair of aged brown eyes, soft facial features, and a tiny mole on his right ear. Mr. Isaac! Klein cried out in joy. He finally knew the scene was revolution from the divination that he made a long time ago corresponding to it. It corresponded to the present. The sea of blood represented the pillar's situation of being pulled into Mr. Isaac, meant being rescued because of him. Just as Klein's word left his mouth, Isaac waved his hand, grabbed his arm, and pushed his way through the deep layers of saturated color. Oh my god, he's back! The ordinary-looking quill was no longer writing on its own, and its surface had dimmed a little. The solemn-looking middle-aged man with one eye grabbed it and quickly wrote as if he was channeling a spirit. It was no, what's he gonna do? It was obvious that Isaac Eggers had yet to recover all his memories and strength while attempting to travel through the spirit world and the astral world. A latent danger appeared as a result of the problem. Hence, he and Sherlock Moriarty found themselves landing near Insangwell and his friend. No! Oh my god, the page isn't loading! The page isn't loading! Are you fucking kidding me right now? I kid you not. The page isn't loading. Are you Are you fucking kidding me right now? I'm gonna crash out. I'm gonna crash out. Why is it loading? This is a joke, right? No, Harsh, put the pen down. Put the pen down. No way. This is actually the craziest thing This is a joke. I promise you. What the fuck? It just doesn't exist. No. I'm using the one you sent in Discord. I'm using that one, and it literally finishes off, landed next to Inzangwell and his friend, and then every single page after is blank. I'm gonna have to reload it. Okay, I'm gonna reload it. That's a joke, right? Like, that's actually a joke. Oh my god. Yeah, why do I always get, like, complications in there? Since I've started reading this book, I have had so many, like, errors and setbacks and complications when I'm trying to do anything. Like, anything. TikTok videos, even reading the book, streams, doesn't matter. It's constantly. I constantly have, like, a bug or, like, a glitch in my systems. Okay, I'm gonna get it really quick. Let me find it. It might glitch out, but I'm doing what I can. I'm doing what I can. Oh, you sent this? Okay, I'll do this one. I'll try this one. Is it Eamon? Is Eamon gonna be there? Is that the friend? Is it gonna be him? Is he gonna be sitting there? I'm gonna be so upset. I'm actually gonna be so upset. Dude, what a time for this to, like, glitch out, too. Okay. I can feel it glitching out. I'm 95% done. 95% done. That's crazy. I had 5% left, and it was like, actually, no. Oh. It works! I got it! I got it to work! Okay, chapter 473, Faceless. Oh my god, I'm so excited. I'm so scared. I'm actually so scared right now. Oh my god, okay. The cam will work, the cam will work, the cam will work. Everything's gonna work, everything's gonna work. Why is it all glitching out now? Dude, this is crazy. Okay. What a fucking time. What a time for this to glitch out. Okay. I think it's working. I think it's working. We're just gonna pray that it's working. We're gonna pray that it's all working. We're gonna cross our fingers. Everybody cross your fingers. Okay. Ooh, there you go. Is everything fine? Is everything good? Okay. I kid you not, every time I have it up just about to like read it, it disappears. I don't know why. My thing physically will not let me read past the chapter. Okay. Oh, you know what I'm gonna do? You know what I'm gonna do really quick? Hold up. Yeah, okay, don't worry, I know it closed unexpectedly. I know, I'm actually well aware. Thank you so much. Awesome, yeah. Awesome, so awesome. What a time for it to just like not work. So happy about that. Okay. Let me see where I was. We were on chapter... We were on what chapter are we on? 473? Okay. I'm just gonna do it off my phone. Like, I'm just gonna grab it on my phone real quick. I'm almost there. This is just gonna be what we have to do. Because it will not work any other way. Okay, I got it. Okay. Everything around him was an illusion. The colors were saturated and supposed to as they quickly receded. As soon as Klein came to his senses, observed the experience and wonderful message, he felt Mr. Azek's hand, which was holding the hand, trembled slightly. Before he could even react, he felt a strong sense of weightlessness. His body couldn't help but plummet as he even began spinning. The colors of the red, white, yellow, white, and black around him faded rapidly, and Klein felt, is it working? Dude, we're doing what we have to do. Adapt and overcome. Okay. There was no sun or clouds and no fog. Some light came from the luminous moss grows different places, and the darkness and heaviness were primary tones of this world. Klein pushed himself up on his left hand and nimbly jumped up. He found that the ground beneath his feet consisted of properly paved stones which could accommodate 2 horse carriages traveling in parallel. It was definitely not naturally formed. One of the end of the road spiraled down onto the dark services, while the other led to the top from the time and time. It was possible to see the doomed hallway and the halls inside the walls. Klein raised his hand, but he could not see the highest point. His vision was completely blocked by the gray stone wall. Suddenly, he had an epiphany. He and Mr. Azek had fallen underground into the ruins of an ancient civilization. Okay. Is it another area, or are we still near Backlund? As soon as Klein thought about it, he heard Mr. Azek say in a low voice, "Leave here first. Head up." Before Klein could understand the meaning behind his words, he saw the flash of light from the side, instantly forming an illusory door that opened upwards. The door seemed to be made out of bronze and was real enough, but it was unusually heavy. On the surface, there were countless of strange patterns and indistinct symbols. With a creak, a crack appeared on the door. Pale, bloody arms reached out from the crack, one after another. In addition, there were also greenish-black vines with a baby face and sleek tentacles that protruded out. It's very similar to the effect of Miss Sharon's mystical item. While he was in thought, Klein noticed that his arms, vines, and tentacles were no longer as crazy as before. They had calmed down and sunk to the ground, completely unlike their former appearance, and madly pulling the sequencing zombie into the door. Immediately after, the gap between the doors widened, and a human figure emerged from it. The figure wore a purple-black clergy robe, and his facial features were clear and distinct like an ancient classic sculpture. His hair was dark gold in color, his eyes were dark blue, and he had high nose bridge. He wore a bonnet which was popular with the elders, and his sideburns were somewhat gray in contrast to the middle-aged appearance. Looking at the figure's completely lifeless eye, Klein suddenly recalled the name of the person who had just arrived, Inns Zangwell, the former archbishop who had directed the Tingen incident and heavy damage to the Nighthawks team, as well as being the owner of sealed artifact 0-08. Almost the same time, Klein turned around and followed Mr. Azek's instructions. Fled towards the top of the road. He knew full well that being a Sequence 6, he would only serve to be a burden and distraction from the clash between demigods. In the race for time, false modesty and pretentious words were unnecessary. They would harm both him and his companion. Tap, 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 as there was nothing he could ignite underground. All climbed his teeth and run as fast as he could. While running, he heard Azek's calm, gentle voice. Run all the way out of here. Do not worry about me. I've recalled a lot of things, and I know that I once remained in a particular time period. The sequence name is Undying. Tap, tap, tap. Klein circled around the cliff and entered a dark room corridor. The wall on both sides were engraved with molted murals. At the moment, he heard a dignified and hoarse voice reverberate from where he previously was. Teleportation is prohibited here. Oh, it like fully lagged out. Dude, what the fuck? Is it coming back up? Dude, someone doesn't... Let's go. Is the audio back, at least? Audio back? At least is the audio at least? It's completely frozen. Is the audio at least back? That's... Oh my god, what a place for it to pause, too. Is it good now? Okay. I keep seeing like the times in which it would like lag out and pause, and they're really bad. So, there you go. Yeah, of course that's when it stopped. I don't know what. Okay. That's about it. Okay. Klein circled around the cliff and entered a dark, doomed corridor. The walls on both sides were engraved with molten murals. At the moment, he heard a dignified and hoarse voice reverberating from where he previously was. Teleportation is prohibited here. I think so many things are messing with it. I think somebody just doesn't want me to do this. A figure had arrived beside In Zhengwo without anyone noticing. He was floating in mid-air. In defiance of the laws of physics, he wore a gorgeous gold mask. And In Zhengwo didn't attack immediately. Instead, he glanced at the bend where Klein's figure had disappeared. Sequence 4 Night Watcher of the Church of Evernight Pathway could grant a certain amount of bad luck to others. Could grant a certain amount of bad luck to others. Cool, I wonder who's behind the lag on the stream. I wonder who's behind everything that's ever gone wrong. Pay me off. Anyway, without having the luxury of time to think, he withdrew his gaze and cast it back at Azek Edwards. Tap, 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 running at full speed. Klein suddenly stopped in his tracks. His spirituality intuition told him that there were people ahead of him, beyonders. They were most likely the guards here. After contemplating for a bit, he reached out with his left hand and wiped his face. At the same time, crystals emanated from his body as his body grew 7 to 8 centimeters tall. By the time his left palm, left face turned into a single-eyed man with dark golden hair and high... Oh, he turned into In Zhengwo? No way! Okay, recalling the other party's demeanor, Klein used an illusory to change his clothes before quickly walking around the corner and entered the large hall. There were 4 guards in the dark black mirror, their gazes keen. Klein's face was calm as he walked over. He deliberately spoke in a hoarse voice and sternly said, "Someone has snuck in here, and I am looking for them. Did you discover any clues?" The leader of the guards first examined him before lowering his head and saying, "Mr. Zangwell, nothing happened here." Okay, Klein nodded slightly, walked past them, and left the hall. During the entire process... Crazy. During the entire process... Where am I? Although he remembered... highly nervous, with his back detached in sweat, he appeared to be calm and reserved. He took Lang versus Vapor. Who wins? No, dude, I think it's a skill issue, dude. Relying on his face power and his running speed, he quickly passed through 3 checkpoints to arrive at the edge of the building. There was an illusory door formed of the purely ghost blue light. Apart from that, it was completely sealed shut. Although he was worried about the demigod battle between Mr. Azik and Zangwell. I want to watch the battle. I want to see what happens. I don't have... Wait, Klein remained hidden in the shadows outside the room. He patiently spied for a while, and he found that someone had passed through the ghost blue light, while another person had used it to leave. He noticed that those who had left had shown something that looked like a badge before they could get permission from the 4 guards to enter the door of light. I don't have time to wait for the next person with a badge. I can only take the risk. Lord Adam's Sanger. You know what? I keep it interesting. Something has happened outside. He had no confidence in mimicking the former archbishop's voice, so he could only express himself in a deliberate hoarseness that indicated that he had experienced the intense battle. The guards who were left confused by the news didn't react until Klein approached them. They reached out their hands to stop him. "Mr. Zangwell, where is your pass? Don't waste any more time." As he spoke, Klein pulled a badge from his pocket and thrust it into the man's hand. The calm performance made the rest of the guards relax. The moment the guard who had received the pass looked down, Klein suddenly lunged forward. Just as he landed on the ground, he quickly did another roll and went straight through the ghostly blue door. Only then did the guard realize that the badge in his palm was rapidly fading, turning into a piece of paper. On the top left of the piece of paper, there was a rather commonly seen blessing. Happy New Year. The abyss-like crevice that was filled with usually pitch-black liquid. Moreover, the surface of the water was still bubbling without stopping, and many pale-skinned arms were wildly extending outward. Zangwell had a great idea of Azik's standard, and he was neither surprised nor afraid, for he had a demigod to help him at the moment. Yeah, I know. I thought it'd be cool, but whatever. They don't even want me to finish the book. You think I'm going to be able to see the cool battle? What worried him the most was another problem. 0-08, which was forcibly developing the story, could backfire on him at any moment. At this moment, he swept his gaze past the corner of his eyes and was shocked to find that the quill 0-08 had left his pocket without him realizing it. It was floating in front of the gray rock wall, fervently writing lines of words. In a fierce battle, there would always be a variety of accidents, such as Zangwell's belt snapping and having his pants drop. The ghostly blue light filled Klein's eyes, constructing a passageway and overlapping with layers of light between the deep darkness and roaming invisible creatures. Klein didn't bother to observe his surroundings as he scrambled to the end of the passage. He stood up, straightened his clothes, restored Zangwell's stern expression, and stepped into the rippling screen of light. After a moment of being mentally adrift, he found himself in another room, which was occupied by a few guards. Something went wrong underground. Keep an eye out. Don't allow anyone entry. Klein calmly instructed, walking towards the door at an unhurried pace. "Yes, Mr. Zangwell," the guards replied respectfully. At this moment, the guard from before, passing through the ghostly blue light, shouted loudly, "There's a problem with that Zangwell from before." Everyone turned to look at the door, but Klein was nowhere to be seen. Tap, tap, tap. The guards immediately split up into several groups to search in every direction for their target and notified their companions. The scene momentarily turned rather chaotic. One of them had just rounded the corner when he saw Zangwell's back. Subconsciously, he pulled out a sword and coruscated with lighting and performed the forward cleave. Oof! The figure floated away weightlessly and became a splintered paper figure. At the same time, no way. At the same time, the loud bangs could be heard. Pale golden bullets passed through the visitor and was pulled down accurately at the guard's head. Before he could even carry out, the guard collapsed the ground and thud convulsing. Klein stomped out of the shadows of the corner and expressionless slipped a revolver back to his underarm holster. After burning the paper figurine, he quickly dragged the guards to an empty room and changed into black armor, switching his appearance to the fallen guard. Then he picked up the lightning sword and left the room, closing the wooden door behind him, running forward in a panic. He was going to notify every guard along the way that there was a problem within Zangwell. Chapter 474. A lot is happening in these things right now. You know what's crazy too is like I'll feel the words. Trust me, I'm feeling the words. I'm getting the vibes. I'm feeling the words. I'm doing it. Honestly, I'll say it. The music is helping. I'm like picturing it like a movie in my head, which is good. So we're going on to chapter 474. We only have like 8 chapters left. Edizak's story. Applying the act for real. Inside the cellar of the Red Rose Manor, Edizak Augustus stood by the full-length window, looking at... I'm so excited for this to get animated. Looking at the indifferent Trissy with a gloomy face, and he said in a voice that was like a volcano about to erupt, "Why did you run away again?" Trissy looked past him, and the Beyonder chuckled and answered the question. "Do you see the meteor shower? Do you feel the trembling of the earth?" Behind her, porcelain and other items, the cabinet had fallen into a thick, soft carpet. The old butler, Funkel, was standing beside her. "It's not too rare for this to happen," Edizak replied in a low voice. Trissy raised her eyebrows slightly. "You're very dull." "Damn. Then let me be frank with you. I am a demoness." Prince Edizak's expression didn't change at all. He turned to the old butler and said, "Guard the door and prevent anyone from entering." What's he gonna do? "Yes, Your Highness." Funkel gave Trissy a cold look and walked out of the solarium. When he heard the door close, Edizak slowly exhaled. "Trissy cheek, hey? You prefer to be called Trissy? I know you're a demoness. The person who helped you purchase the Beyonder's ingredients failed. What you received was provided by me." Oh, he's down with it. He's like, yeah, I'm well aware. "I don't mind that my princess consort is a witch or a demoness. I've even seen your wanted poster." Trissy was surprised at first, but she revealed a mocking smile. "You sure know a lot. Do you know that I was once a man and that my real name is Triss?" "What?" Edizak's eyes widened and he tilted his head a little, although he couldn't believe what he heard. Upon seeing this, Trissy couldn't help but laugh. She laughed so hard that she frantically bent back and forth like a lunatic. "You didn't make a mistake. I was once a man. I used to be like you, and the thing down there was longer and thicker than yours." Damn, she really just went in. "However, the witch potion had forcibly changed my gender." Are you disgusted? Does it give you goosebumps? Damn. Honestly, just rage baited the fuck out of him. She vented the words, professional rage baiter right here. Professional rage baiter Trissy. She vented the words she'd been resisting all the time before taking 2 steps forward. Edizak instinctively retreated, his Adam's apple moving involuntarily. "No, it's not like that. You're a real woman. There's no problem. I can definitely confirm that," he mumbled to himself. Oh no. He's going through it. He's having an existential crisis right now. Then he realized his voice and said, "From the moment I met you, you were a real woman. I don't want to know what you were like in the past. I can pretend that nothing like this happened. What I like, what I love is the present you." No, actually. Stunned, Trissy raised her hand and wiped away her tears from her laughter. "You are a really pathetic man." Do you still not understand? Our meeting wasn't a coincidence. Even your interest. She paused in disgust and continued. Even your intent in me was a result of someone else's arrangement. Do you think that everything happened too quickly? I believe in love at first sight, but I don't believe that it possesses such powerful bewitchment properties. You act like the main character in a third-rate romance novel. Oh my god, she is reading him to filth. Becoming obsessed with love from just one meeting, you fell in love with a stranger, forgetting the type of person you once liked. That's crazy. Prince Edisac's eyes went blank as his mouth turned agape, but he didn't speak. His body suddenly swayed as if he finally awoke from a long dream. You are indeed my... Buddy, you got it. I think he's gotta give it a rest at this point. You're indeed my type, but my reaction, it's really too exaggerated. The corner of Tristan's mouth curled up and she turned her head to the side and let out a sneer. What a pathetic man. You have what you like being arranged by someone else, and you're like a puppet on strings. Don't you understand? You're a person that can be sacrificed, and I, as well as being a hostage for the cooperation between the royal family and the demoness sect. Oh my god, that's actually crazy. And she just kept going too. She was going in on him. I possess an important item of the demoness sect, and under your strict supervision, I can be destroyed at any time as a result of the loss of the treasure. This is the sincerity of our churches, our cooperation, and expose the three church and military. The development and the matter will be very simple. Prince Edisac sincerely kept a demoness due to his lust. After knowing of his heinous sins, he shoots himself in the mouth. Then all the problems will be covered up. No, Edisac blurted out. Then with a twist expecting, he asked, why are they cooperating with the demoness sect? How could a hostage who might be abandoned at any moment know? Trissy gave a self-deprecating laugh. Okay, I know we're not supposed to like Trissy. I do feel bad for them, her, him, them, a little bit. That's a whole reason behind why I wanted to flee. She lowered her head and I really do like Trissy, and I feel so bad for them. And you know what? The way she just read him to filth, queen behavior right there. I've never met a better rage baiter. She lowered her head and chuckled in a low voice. Her body trembled slightly from laughter. After a few seconds, she raised her head once again, curled the corners of her mouth, and said, what do you want to do with me? What do you want to do with me? Strip me down, throw me onto the bed. No, you've probably formed a psychological resistance. Actually, I don't mind giving you some warmth right now. It's not a shameful thing for two poor people to comfort each other. Prince Edisac darkened his rotten face and looked at Trissy silently for a near minute. Suddenly, he closed his eyes, pointed to another side, and said, you can leave. Leave through that door. Trissy raised her eyebrows in astonishment. You're letting me go? Yes. After that comment, I feel like we might need to. Yes. Edisac turned and looked out the window and slowly replied, I'll stop Funkel. As for whether or not you can escape from the other pursuits, that will depend on your own strength and luck. A dazed look flashed into Trissy's eyes a few seconds before she quickly ran towards the hidden door. Before leaving, she couldn't help but look back. What about you? Edisac didn't turn his head, but continued to stare out the full-length window, as if searching for the shadows of his past. Kind of just searching for his dignity at this point. I think he lost a little bit of that during the conversation. He smiled and said, me? Let me live in this beautiful story and welcome its final end, good or bad. Probably bad. Trissy took a deep breath and, without further ado, went through the secret door. In a quiet room inside St. Samuel... No, I feel bad for him too. Like, everybody's just not doing too well right now. In a quiet room inside St. Samuel Cathedral, and one of the other 13 archbishops of the Church of Evernight, the person in charge of the Blackland Diocese, St. Anthony Stevenson, had received an urgent telegram from Earl Hall's residence. This bearded old man with deeply recessed eyes had an extremely clean appearance. Even though he wore a black and red archbishop robe, he didn't give off a gloomy feeling. However, anyone who faced him would shudder from the bottom of their hearts. It was as if their spirituality was dominated by fear, or as if their face was unknowing existence lurking deep in the darkness which stared back at them. Trissy cheek, primordial demoness. St. Anthony lightly patted the paper and immediately stood up. The light around him suddenly vanished as if swallowed by the gloom of the room. All the worshippers in the cathedral instantly felt the coming of the night. Everything quickly returned to normal as St. Anthony appeared in front of the Channis Gate beneath the cathedral. Today, the one leading the team was the spirit guide, Dally Simone. Oh, Dally! Yay! Without waiting for her to ask, Archbishop St. Anthony instructed that deep voice, making preparations. The process shall begin. I'm awakening a sealed artifact. He wants to use 0-17. The second I hear sealed artifact and there's a 0 in front of it, I get sick to my stomach, you know? I want to use the terrifying sealed artifact to confirm the deal with Trissy's matter. And this is the only grade 0 sealed artifact stored outside the Holy Cathedral. Only 2 of the church's upper echelon knew that it was the Backland Diocese. Yes, Your Grace. Dally was startled for a second, then she immediately responded. While waiting, St. Anthony closed his eyes and a portion of 0-17's information surfaced into mind. Number 17, name, it's redacted. Danger, grade 0, extremely dangerous. It's the highest of importance and at the high confidentiality. It is not to be inquired, disseminated, described, or spied. Security clearance, Pope Team A, researchers, archbishops of the Backland Diocese. Note when the archbishop is transferred out of Backland Diocese, the corresponding mediators have to be wiped out using sealed artifact 1-29. Sealed methods. The seal is completely through the combustion of 1-29 and 1-80. Description. This isn't an item. This is a living angel. Shut up. Her appearance is beautiful, with black hair and eyes, looks like a young woman, but her actual age cannot be estimated. She doesn't have the wings recorded in canon. Just from her appearance, she is no different from an ordinary person. She doesn't have the ability to think and has lost all her sentience. Oh my god, yay! Oh, my hair keeps getting in my face. Anyone and everything that comes close to her will completely disappear through divination and other methods. It can be confirmed that there is still alive but impossible to locate. Currently, 1825 methods have been attempted, with every one of them failing. 0-17's range of influence will expand the contract without any patterns. Currently, it has caused more than 70 researchers to vanish. Warning, she cannot be used. Appendix 1, the sealed artifact first appeared in the Pale Era of the 4th Epoch. Exact year, missing. Exact date, missing. Exact location, you guessed it, missing. Appendix 2, based on the information, she has been awakened 5 times. By passing on the message to search for Insangwell, imposter By passing on the message to search for Insangwell, imposter Klein, with the help of divination, overcame the interference of the Master Key and ran all the way to exit given him from the revelation. Sometimes I can't tell what's being written and what's not. He knew very well that the carpet-style search and corpse in the empty room would be soon discovered, so he raced against time to get to the exit. A faceless powers should be matched with a mystical item that can destroy corpses and clean up tracks. Having gained true knowledge from practice, it didn't take Klein long to cross the checkpoints and patrolling teams before he arrived exit where the divination pointed him to. However, what made him even more surprised was that there were no guards here, only a heavy stone door standing there itself. What's going on? Why is there no one guarding the exit? Was my divination misguided, or are there guards outside? As his thoughts raced, Klein found a corner and took off his armor, restoring his lightweight and agility. Then he came to the stone door and opened outwards, groped his way through the corner of the left wall. He carefully checked with the gold coin. Klein took out the ancient bronze key. He leaned against the wall and gently twisted it. Water ripples appeared through the spread, and Klein silently passed through the wall without taking the door. The first thing he saw was a natural light that fell from the dome, which meant the place was already really an exit. Klein carefully stood motionless as he quickly adapted to the light. He saw neat but molten gray stones under his feet and thick pillars in front of him. In the middle of the hall, In the middle of the hall, 4 hooded figures knelt around what appeared to be an altar. Soon after, Klein heard a soft but gentle female voice. "Mr. A, are you ready?" Ready for what? I'm not ready. What are we ready for? 'Cause I can promise you I'm not. I can promise you I'm not ready. I'm not. What's this chapter called? This is called Lady Despair. I'm gonna make sure I type this one right because, oh my god, I almost spelt it wrong. And that would have been the end. I would have ended the stream at that point. Okay. No, you fucking saw me write it. No! No! Vampire. Dude, I can't spell for shit. I've messed up so many. I'm doing what I can. Zip it. Zip 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 zip. Zip zip zip. Despair. Who wins? I'm done. Mr. A of the Aurora Order. Klein, who had intended to cling towards the walls and shadows and proceeded towards the door, shrank back silently. In Zangwell should be working with some faction of the royal family. Those who are able to I'm having a stroke trying to read this. Excavate and hide such a large underground ruin near Backlund must be one of the main powers of the Lowen Kingdom. I'm like a little kind of like shocked. Oh. Ooh. Is it lagging? Is it lagging? No! 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 Why does it keep lagging right when we get to the good part? Is it still? Is it still? No, I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna cry. Is the audio back? Are we back? Are we back? Are we back? Okay, I'm just gonna read without the audio. Every time we get to a really good part, it just keeps lagging. I'm gonna crash out. I'm actually gonna crash out. The Harsh, put the fucking pen down. Mr. A of the Aurora Order. Each frame is I don't even want to know what these frames look like. Klein, who had intended to cling towards the wall in the shadow, proceeded towards the door, shrank back silently. In Zengwell should be working with some factions of the royal family. Those who are able to evacuate and hide such large underground ruins near Backlund must be one of the main powers of the Lowen Kingdom. With Ain Zangwell and 0-08 participating in this matter, the Church of the Goddess can be ruled out. Although the people of the Lady of Storms are a bit reckless with males, so it's unlikely they will work with the Demoness sect. At least until now, there be no Beyonders who appear to be the Sailor Pathway in the same way. The Church of Steam Machinery aren't likely suspects, even though Aurora Order is involved. What are they trying to do? Klein leaned his back against the wall and slowed his breathing, thinking and listening to the conversation in the middle of the hall. After a short period of time, a hoarse voice sounded, "It's done." The answer, what's done? What's done? The answer was so concise that Klein couldn't make out what they were planning. The melodious and pleasant voices from before laughed in low. "Voice, you don't seem to trust us very much." "That's right," Mr. A answered bluntly. "Then I'll be frank and describe our goal and why I'm seeking your cooperation." The gentle female voice didn't sound angry at all. "We've done certain things and left behind clear traces before we've discovered by the Church of the Evernight, Storm, and Steam, as well as the military. We must do the corresponding cleanup that requires your help." Yes, it seems an example. Imagine you perform a heinous crime like murder in a house. So what's the best way of eliminating any evidence and clues? There's no need for that. It's our goal to have other witnesses such an act, Mr. A said indifferent. What did they do? What did they do that they're trying to, like... Are they gonna try and kill everybody again? There's no need for that. It's our goal to have other witnesses such an act, Mr. A said indifferently, and expectant of a member of the oral order. That's all a bunch of lunatics. Klein made preliminary indications of a speaking man to Mr. A who had killed the Intis ambassador. Suppose it were me, not you. The clear, soft female voice had a faint wheezing sound. For who would the woman's voice be? After a second, Mr. A replied, burn the house and bury the clues there. The clear and gentle female voice in a smiling tone, that's exactly what we planned. I'm in charge of committing arson while you can use the opportunity to go with this development and create a passageway or vessel, so as allow your Lord to descend upon the world. And the only price you guys have to pay is to bear all the infamy and gain the most amenity from the military and 3 churches. But I don't think you would mind that. As long as we can welcome the return of our Lord, even if we're born by every single force, we won't show any sign of cowardice. Mr. A's tone no longer appeared indifferent and distant. Arson. The Aurora Order will only take this opportunity to complete the ritual for the arrival of the true creator. This is probably the 3rd time. What? No, literally, yeah. This is like the 3rd time. The 3rd time in 5 months. 5 months. Like, hey babe, can we just take a little break, take a minute, take a second, maybe sit down, reevaluate. Where was I? This is probably the 3rd time. Why did I bump into this again? No, Klein. Poor Klein. He's like, why did I bump into this? What a fucking bad twist of fate. We talked about fate, haven't we? Klein couldn't help but curse inwardly in Chinese. At this very moment, he was extremely curious and wary against the thing that were plotted against a particular royal family faction. In Zhangwell and the Demon sect, it was terrifyingly enough, and even used the descent of the true creator as a scapegoat. Perhaps they'd kept some cards up their sleeves and will eventually destroy the Aurora Order's ritual in the end, and destroy all the other factions except themselves. Klein calmly thought while feeling tense. It appears like you have no other questions, said the gentle female voice. This place is sufficiently hidden well and can be used for the required setup. You can do your rituals here with ease and won't need to worry that it'll interrupt before you succeed. As for all the things, what the fuck are they still doing? Like, I don't even know. As for we've already finished our preparations for long ago. It's been waiting for the ignition of the spark, and you have doubts that you can make another round of checks. Just as Mr. A, well, like, I know what they're gonna do, but like, harsh. Did he act? Wait, who just said that the leg has been gone for some time? Do not jinx it. Just as Mr. A was about to speak, Klein heard a dull thud. It was the sound of a door opening. Who permitted you to enter? Didn't I declare that no one is to approach this area? A gentle female voice suppressed her rage. Lady Despair, there's an emergency. Lady Despair. There's an emergency. Someone has infiltrated the basement. The higher-up sent me to arrange the follow-up. The clothes and corresponding patch, a male voice with a distinct Backland accent responded very quickly. This so-called Lady Despair maintained her silence for a few seconds, as though she was communicating with an unknown existence to confirm the situation. Finally, she said without changing her tone, "Go back inside, don't come out again, nor allow anyone out. Wait until further notice." "Yes, Lady Despair." The man ran towards the stone door with a heavy thud sounding in the background. From the place where Klein was hiding, he could clearly see the stone door leading to the back area. He waited for 7 or 8 seconds before a figure of normal height and build appeared. Phew, the man took a deep breath and stretched out his hands, bared his teeth, and pushed open the heavy stone door with a ferocious expression. In that instant, Klein had completely taken the man's appearance and characters without missing a single detail. Oh, dude, I love his faceless abilities. They're so fun. Despair. Shut up. The man's skin was reddish brown and he clearly Southern Continental descent. His facial features had no special characters, making it difficult to remember him. Due to him gritting his and baring his teeth, he revealed a portion of his teeth. The third tooth on the upper left of his mouth flickered with golden light. It was a fake tooth. This, Klein, with his spiritual intuition of a seer, frowned as he felt an offensive familiarity. Very quickly, he used his skills to recall the source of familiarity. The hangman once requested the Tarot Club member to find a man with reddish-brown skin. I'm trying to lock in on the book, and all I look up is I see fucking Lady Vampire Despair. Lady Despair the Vapor. Oh, I can't. I'm trying to lock in. I can't label it. Leave it for the Discord. Leave it for the Discord. Very quickly. Lock in. Lock in. Anyway. Shall lock in now. Anyway, the hangman once requested the Tarot Club members to find the man with reddish-brown skin and a thick Backlund accent who had the third tooth on his left missing. The man's name was Balin, and he was involved in the escape and disappearance of many colonial island slaves. At this moment, the man in front of Klein was almost identical to the Balin that was described in the Hangman's. The disappearance of the colonial island slave, the many tribes of the southern... Are they gonna... Okay, hear me out. Because they use them for, like, sacrifices. Is this guy just taking people for sacrifices? Because that's fucked up. The many tribes of the southern continent vanishing into thin air. Balin's appearance here, Capim, who took a large scale of the underground slave trade, was protected by 4 Beyonders suspected to be the Arbiter pathway. Among them, the strongest was a Sequence 6 and even a Sequence 5. Kameen constantly targeted relatively innocent girls in his abductions. The passing of the Grain Act and improvement of the textile machines all resulted in a large number of people losing their jobs. Many female textile workers silently left Eastboro after receiving new jobs, not leaving any clues. The scattered dots instantly formed in line with Klein's mind, pointing directly into the depths. Where was I at? Oh my god. I'm losing my spot. Oh, I just saw the thing, like, I just saw the thing go down. Is it the passing of green? Many female textile workers silently left Eastboro after receiving new jobs and leaving any clues. The scattered dots instantly formed a line in Klein's, pointing directly to the depths of the earth. What are they up to that they need such a large number of people as well as so many pure and innocent girls? A ritual? Why we gotta do another ritual? Like, why can't? How about no? And it's always like the most. It's always the most like going like down like people that have the worst lives. I'm losing my train of thought right now because I'm like, what are they up to? Why do they need such? Klein's pupils suddenly contracted. Creak, bang, the stone door closed and Balin disappeared from his sight. The hall was silent for a few seconds before Mr. A's deep and hoarse voice rang out again. I smell an accident. Let's begin. We need to hurry before it arrives. Lady Despair responded slowly. That's exactly what I was thinking, but I need you to send me to Eastboro. Eastboro? Klein had bad premonitions. No problem, Mr. A answered with a lack of emotions. Under the hood, the transparent and blurry book appeared in front of him, accompanied by a distant instinct chant. He said, I came, I saw, I recorded. Okay, fucking Julius Caesar. Jesus Christ. The book quickly flipped open and stopped at one of the pages. Soon after, it began to emit the light blue and illusory light. The light enveloped the white-robed Lady Despair, causing her figure to blur at first, then becoming indistinct. In the instant, Lady Despair saw countless indescribable silhouettes. She discovered lucid brilliance, which contained the brightness and pure splendor of endless knowledge at the highest point. Her body was being dragged forward in strange force as she rapidly tore through space. Not long after, she left her original sport and arrived in the secluded, uninhabited, and filthy corner of the alley. She pulled down her veil and covered up her face and looked into her sky. This afternoon sun had once again been obscured by clouds and fog, turning pale and dark. The light yellow fog wasn't particularly thick, and it sank down to every corner of Backland, giving off a silent, choking sensation amidst the coldest moisture. It's a pity that the smog didn't reach the point when it was its worst and calmest state. The accident that happened to Trissy and the sudden temporary loss of control over 0-08, the appearance of Azek, the destruction previously caused by Black Emperor, these had complicated matters, garnered the attention of others. It forced the operation to be brought forward to today. Lady Despair served the area, walked out of the alley and into the streets. Her steps were slow, as though she were wandering in the sea of fog. Whenever she passed, the fog would unnoticeably thicken, tinge iron black color, and silently lower the range of one's visibility. As she left the street, the swallow-faced tramp in old jacket suddenly caught violently and fell to the ground. The two poor people came close to the tramp, retreated in horror, and they covered their throats with their hands as they gasped for air. It was as if they were suffering from severe lung disease or bronchitis and could no longer breathe. A smog, which was a mixture of iron black and pale yellow colors, descended upon Eastborough, the dock areas, and the smoke-spewing factory district as it continued to spread throughout Backland. Various scenes in the distance were drowned, and even the tower clock that was only a pale shadow. One by one, workers and poor people felt the discomfort as though they fought against the cold, and the disorderly tramps fell one after another in the woman's wake, their lives as fragile as the bubbles formed during laundry. Lady Despair's expression was calm and gentle, as though she were finishing a work of art. Like an ordinary person, she walked among the pedestrians as she chuckled and said in a low voice, "The Lowen Kingdom's history will remember this day, the great smog of Backland." The dark valley had been completely covered by black, incorporeal water, but 0-08 didn't stop writing. This thing is still writing? It fabricated ridiculous and terrifying stories wherever it could land its tip on. The dropping of the pants didn't affect in Zangwell's performance because he was wearing a longer robe, perhaps having anticipated a similar accident. The imperative mage stunned Azek Eggers in the spot, robbing him of his two most powerful Beyonder powers in the last moment. Truly a great assistant in every meaning of the word. However, the stacked the door of the spirit world and underlying word tracks by Azek characteristic. It began being stirred by the powers of their battle, causing unpredicted changes. At the moment, an unknown existence that was attacked, resulting in him passing by. He took the opportunity, extended his hands into the real world. Oh no, he caught in Zangwell. Who's him? In mid-air, two bloody arms, which were covered in squirming flesh, suddenly appeared behind the clergyman robe in Zangwell. They caught in Zangwell's shoulder, dragging him into the void and into the spirit world. Chapter 476, The Straw Men. 476, so we do not have many chapters left. Crazy. Oh, it's already 9:05? I did not even realize. Honestly, I'm in it now, so if you guys want to stay, you can. I'm just gonna keep reading because, like, I'm locked in. At this point, I think it would, like, not be in my best interest to, like, stop. So we'll just keep going. Light suddenly faded from where Nzangul disappeared. Standing the area was the richest and deepest darkness. In the darkness, the sound of myriad chanter could be heard. It was quiet and tranquil, hypnotic even. Even in the countless pale arms clattering upon the wall, underneath the pitch-black water, seemed to slow down, no longer as frenzied as before. You get to Eastboro, the second one I sent earlier, if you didn't open another tab. I think I still have it. Seemed to slip. In such a dark night, a figure walked out. It was none other than Insangwell, who had just been dragged into the spirit world. Hold up, I think I skipped this. In the darkness, the sound of a melodic chanter, even the countless pale arms failing upward underneath the pitch-black water, seemed to slow down, no longer as frenzied as before, as if they had won redemption for their souls. In such a dark night, a figure walked out, and none other than Insangwell, who had just been dragged into the spirit world. Compared to before, he had lost the bonnet on his head, the clothes on his left shoulders were tattered, and the piece of flesh had been torn off. Faint yellow pus bubbled out one after another. The eyes were no longer indifferent, but filled with pain, as if he had suffered something unimaginable torture. The 0-08 quill continued writing. Jesus Christ. Some might feel regret, while others might feel rejoice. In Zangwell had the umbilical cord of an evil god which came from the baby of Magos' womb. It was from the true creator, and though the umbilical cord, he successfully escaped from the restraints of the unknown existence and forcibly returned to the real world, but as a result, he had lost the mystical item. In addition, he would suffer the ire of the evil god spawn from having failed to descend for a short period of time. This made his strength appear like some kind of commodity in the department store during the change of seasons. Only with 55% left, yes, this number is extremely accurate. Okay. In the street of the depths of Eastboro. Is this one I'm supposed to change? Back? Is that what I'm supposed to change back? In the streets of the old Coiler hurried back. Music change. Okay, that's what I was wondering. That's what I was wondering. Wait, I'm in the wrong one. Oh my god, I almost just clicked. Got it. I'm just like, I know it's gonna go. No, why does he come right when it fucking lags? Let me know when it's back. I know. It was gonna lag. I just switched a song, it was gonna lag. We all know. We all knew it was gonna lag. I love how it lags also. I know of him. I know of. Is it half back? Let me know when it's full back. Let me know when she's back. The lag ends for now. Is it back for me? We're on live support. We're hanging in there. We're getting there. You know what it was? I knew it was gonna lag. I knew it was gonna lag, but you know what? We take what we can get. We're back. I also love how it lags the second Easy comes on, but that's okay. I'm gonna continue reading if we're back. In the street in the depths of Eastboro, old Coiler hurried back to his rented apartment, carrying some with I'm not kidding. I'll end the stream if Old Coiler dies. I'm not even fucking joking right now. If he dies, I will not only end the stream, I will not read this book anymore. He looked around warily, afraid. He had seen wolves. No, my heart is beating so fast right now. I'm gonna lose my mind. He looked around warily, afraid of those ravenous wolves around him. Wound pounced on him, his New Year's gift. He had seen wolves back when he was still in the countryside, but to his surprise, he was able to experience that familiar feeling in Backland. It's still too expensive. I can only split the cost with someone else and cut it into pieces. This is enough for the New Year's holiday. I can eat 2 slices of ham for every meal. 3 slices, no, at least 5 slices of ham. I can cut some of them off and stew, and then together with the potatoes. I don't even need to add salt. With this in mind, Old Coiler looked at the ham in his arms, seeing the white spots mixed with his red meat, and his throat couldn't help but twitch as he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. I'm gonna cry. As he walked, he felt the fog around him grow thicker. The cathedral's clock tower, that was still relatively clear, in the distance, was gradually swallowed by a mixture of iron black and pale yellow colors. Even the pedestrians around him were reduced to blurry shadows once 10 steps away. Old Coiler suddenly felt like he had been forgotten by the world as he raised his palm to cover his nose. Why does the fog smell so bad today? He muttered, and he quickened his pace. 1 step, 2 step, 3 step. Old Coiler felt his face heat up and his forehead start to burn. His chest tightened, his throat felt uncomfortable, and soon he was experiencing difficulty breathing. Have I fallen ill? I still want to have a good New Year's. Are you? And fuck you for turning on this song. Now I can only send my savings to the clinic or hospital. No, perhaps all I'll find is some sleep. I'll be fine sleeping with a blanket over me. Old Coiler silently muttered to himself as his head grew hotter and hotter and his senses became more and more mud. Gasp, 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 He heard his own labored breathing and his hands went limp and the bag of the ham fell heavy to the ground. Old Coiler instinctively bent down to pick up, but he ended up falling to the ground. He held the bag of ham and tried to keep it in his arms. At that moment, he thought that the thick phlegm rushing to his throat, blocking it, so he fought back, making panting sounds. Thud, Old Coiler began to see through the blurry vision that a few steps away someone else had fallen and was gasping for breath. He was the same age as him, in his 50s, with white sideburns. I'm so... No! Suddenly, he understood that he was about to die. It reminded him of his wife and children, who, like him, suddenly got infected with plague and died shortly after. It reminded him of the time when he had been hospitalized to the patient in the same room. We were still chatting and laughing that night, but they would be sent to the morgue earlier next morning. He reminded him of his friends he had known as tramp. Many of his... He disappeared over the course of winter until they were found stiff under a bridge. or some spot which was sheltered from the wind, a small number died suddenly having food. This reminded him of the days when he was still a decent worker, when the neighbors in the neighborhood would suddenly die like this. Some of them died from heartache, some of them died from accidentally falling into molten steel, some died from shorts of pain, bloating, ailments, some even collapsed suddenly in the factory's badge. This reminded him what he had heard from the drunk in the bar that was screaming information. People like us are straw to the ground, falling when the wind blows. It's even possible to fall on our own, even without the wind. The wind is coming, old Coiler. The wind is coming. Old Coiler suddenly had such a thought. He clutched the bag of him tightly as he groped the pocket of his old jacket for a crumpled cigarette. Is he gonna fucking light the cigarette? He had always been unwilling to smoke. What he couldn't understand was why his healthy body would suddenly become ill if it wasn't like he had never experienced such a dense fog before. What he could understand was the reason for him suddenly collapsing, just like his life was back on track. Moving in a direction that is sufficiently nice for him. Furthermore, he had been paid in advance by Detective to take a long-awaited ham for the new year, and he was looking forward to tasting it. Old Coiler fished out the crumpled cigarette, but he no longer had the strength to lift his arm against slam heavy to the ground. He used the last of his strength to shot. That he had been building up inside of him, but he could only let out a frail word lingering in his mouth without producing them. He heard his last words. He heard himself ask why. Awesome! So awesome! I'm so good! If there was one character, if there's one fucking character from this entire volume, like, one character from this volume that I was like, hey, I don't... In an apartment in the edge of Eastboro, Liv hung up... Shut the fuck up! Liv hung up the last piece of clothing she had washed and waited for it to dry. She took this guy outside, somewhat unsure. Oh, I don't want to fucking do this. This is pissing me off. Somewhat unsure of the time due to the thick fog which had appeared without her realizing it. Anyway, it's still early and we've done the laundry. Liv's expression grew heavy. It wasn't a good thing to finish work too early. It didn't mean that they could rest, for it meant to not have enough work and inadequate income. They're literally just trying to fucking survive. Liv took a deep breath, turned around, and looked at her eldest daughter, Freya, who was wiping her hands, casting her gaze toward the vocabulary in her room. It was almost New Year's. Most of our clients have left Backlund and gone on vacation elsewhere. What can we do? Like this, we have to find new work. As she spoke, she walked towards the door. During the period, a rich will host banquets. After another, they definitely won't have enough servants and might hire temporary kitchen cleaners. I might inquire, Freya, you stay home and pick up Daisy when the time comes. We need income, but so do the thieves, bandits, and human traffickers of the prostitutes to welcome the new year. In Eastboro, every woman who did not work in the factories had to be skilled or aggressive in order to survive. Freya answered briskly, all right. Her mind was already on the desk, the vocabulary book next to her. Liv just opened the door when she stumbled and fell into the floor. Cough, cough, cough. She broke into a violent coughing fit as her face flushed red, with every joint in her body experiencing an unbearable ache. Freya ran over, panicked, and squatted beside her. Mother, what's wrong? No, does the mom die before... What's wrong? It's nothing. I'm fine. Liv began to find it harder to breathe. No, you're sick. Sick, I'll take you to the hospital immediately. Freya tried to help her mother up. It's too expensive. Too expensive. Cough. Let's go to a charity hospital. A charity hospital, I can wait. It's not a big problem. Liv gasped in response. Freya burst into tears and her vision blurred rapidly. But at this moment, she felt her lungs burn. Her whole body went limp as she fell to the ground with Liv. What's the matter with you, Freya? Cough. Are you sick too? Liv shouted anxiously. There's money in the closet, in the hole in the wall. You have to be quick. Go to the hospital. Get a good doctor. Freya tried to say something, but not a sound came out from her mouth. Her eyes slanted up to the door beside her. It was their bedroom, their bunk beds. On top of it was her favorite table and her vocabulary book. Her body suddenly began to twitch. Liv's coughing stopped with a public elementary school. At the edge of Eastboro, the fog still wasn't thick, but many students had already started to cough. The experienced teacher on the duty immediately ordered a quick to cathedral. We need to head to the cathedral next door. Daisy stood up in a panic and ran to the crowd to the cathedral next to the school. Suddenly, her heart palpitated as she left out of horror of losing something important. Mother, Freya. Daisy turned her head sharply, wanting to rush home against the crowd. However, she was stopped. She was caught by her teachers and forcibly dragged towards the cathedral. Daisy struggled and screamed at the top of her lungs, Mother, Freya! Mother, Freya! In Eastboro, the dock area and the factory district, the old and those with ailments collapsed in the fog in succession like felled trees, while those who came into contact with them felt like they had been infected by the plague. They died quickly, and even the able-bodied adults and children who felt slightly unwell in their eyes, the light yellow and iron-black fog was like a descent of death. On Tuesday of the last week, in 1349, Backlund was shrouded in smog. In the corner of the hall, Klein pressed himself against the stone wall so that he wouldn't be discovered by Mr. A. That was really fucked up. That one, like, I don't know how I didn't understand, like, it wasn't, if there was, like, okay. Okay. Yeah, no, I think I'm done. I'm actually done. I'm actually really done Lord of Mysteries. I'm actually really, really done. I don't want to do it. I'm actually quitting, so I actually quit. Anyway, let's continue. Let's keep going. Why not? Do not I've been bullied. I've been harassed. I've been made fun of. And now I've been just, tortured this live. Coming from all angles, really. In the corner of the hall, Klein pressed himself against the stone wall so that he wouldn't discovered by Mr. A. Soon he heard muffled groans and could smell the scent of flesh and blood. Don't fall into despair. Fuck you. Not actually, but actually. Give up your lives for your Lord. No, dude. Yeah, she deserves her fucking title. I don't feel bad for spelling despair wrong now. You know what? Deserved. Harsh? If you bring up the leg one more time. Soon he heard the muffled groans and could smell the scent of flesh and blood. Give up your lives for the Lord, Mr. A's voice suddenly shrouded. Thud, thud, the sound of fingers collapsing entered Klein's ears, and a strong spit of functionality appeared in the constantly bird. Mr. A sacrificed his 4 attendants, just as he thought appeared in Klein's mind. Illusory layers of weeping sounds could be heard. Some of them were calling out to their mothers, others were coughing violently, some moaning in pain. As half of the expert in mysticism, Klein seemed to see a lot of series of disgruntled and transparent figures entering the ritual one after another, followed by years of numbness, despair, pain, and resentment from the dock area, factory district, and Eastboro. has officially begun. Klein closed his eyes and leaned back against the wall, his right hand clenching and relaxing. For him, the best thing to do in this moment was to slip out of the hall and flee into the distance. While Mr. A was concentrating on the ritual, his right hand loosened and tightened before relaxing many times in a row. 7 or 8 seconds later, Klein opened his eyes, the corners of the mouth curling upwards in an exaggerated manner. He reached out his hand and grabbed the revolver, turned around abruptly and dashed out. Dressed in an all-black double-breasted frock coat, he raised his right hand and aimed at the altar. Chapter 477. Chapter 477! Crazy. Actually crazy. What's this called? The Many Considerations of the Fool. Not me triple checking how to spell considerations. Let me make that shit aesthetically pleasing here real quick. Nice. I'll just wait. I'll just wait till the leg picks up. Ben harsh. Ben. No, dude, he might be. Just let me know when it's back. But Ben, take it out. Next time, I'm not putting the chapters in the titles because I just keep getting flamed for it. And I can't. Dude, RIP. RIP, my guy. As long as the don't give up. Somebody just said don't give up. I'm not giving up. Giving up. Okay, I'm just gonna. As long as the audio seems fine, I'll be good to read. Okay, the first thing Klein saw was the altar, which was surrounded by layers of light and tall, thin figures standing in it. The figures took off their hood, revealing a beautiful, devilish, feminine face with left chest, shoulders, abdomen, and thighs covered in squirming, sticky, disgusting flesh and blood. Ew. Ew. I swear. We're so fucking close. We're literally 5 chapters away. Is it working again? Is it working? Is it working? Let me know when it works. What do you mean it's like back, I think? Not for me? Okay, I'll just wait till everybody's back. I'll wait. I'll wait. Good-ish. I'm gonna go look. I'm gonna go look and see. I don't even want to see. I don't even want to replay this live stream because it is probably the scariest fucking thing I've ever seen in my life. I'm gonna look through all of them. Are we back? Yes! Yes! I'm so yes. Okay, let's do it. 5 chapters. It's only taken us like 4 hours, but you know. Okay, so the first thing saw Klein with the altar, which was surrounded by a layer of light and a tall, thin figure standing in it. The figure took its hood off, revealing a beautiful, devilish. Do not despair. Don't worry, I'm not. Devilish feminine with the shoulders, abdomen, and thighs covered in squirmy, sticking, disgusting flesh and blood. He's surrounded with illusory, transparent shadows that brimmed with feelings such as numbness, despair, pain, and depression. I can't read the word despair now without. Beyond the altar, the 4 figures which were praying had fallen. Their skin was shriveled, and their bones were tightly wrapped like corpses that had been eroded for many years. At the top of the hall, rays of light pierced through the air, quickly entering the altar through the stone pillar floors, and air was quickly filled with symbols that magic labels. As soon as Klein emerged from his hiding place, Mr. A opened his eyes and looked in the direction. His pupils were dyed with blood, and an extreme madness was contained with his cold eyes. If it were any other beyonder, they would have subconsciously looked away, not daring to look at him in the eyes. But Klein, who had the face of an material blazing sun and met blasphemer Aemon, wasn't afraid of this. Calmly pulling his trigger, he sent silver. Oh, he's going right in. Sent a silver demon-hunting bullet engraved with many patterns flying towards the altar. Witnessing the scene, Mr. A subconsciously wanted to raise his hand, but he stopped at the end. He watched indifferently as the silver bullets drilled into the layer of light surrounding the altar. Silently, the patterned demon-hunting bullet melted and disappeared under the layer of radiance, engulfed in untold resentment and negative emotion. In the end, it completely distinguished, leaving not a single trace of it behind. Klein's pupils shrank as he shot the rest of the revolver bullets, and pale golden purifying bullets and the bronze exorcism bullets shot out, piercing through the radiant bear one after another. However, they disintegrated in the same way and disappeared without creating a silent ripple. Mr. A laughed hoarsely. It's no use, puny worm. The ritual has already officially begun, and with your strength it can... Professional rage baiter. And with your strength, it cannot be broken or interrupted, even if you're sequence 5 beyonder. But you're also fortunate you will live to witness the coming of our Lord and integrate into his body. Don't like the sound of that. With that, Mr. A ignored Klein and closed his eyes as if he indeed nothing but a puny worm. The shepherd raised his hands in a gesture of open arms and shouted in ancient Hermes, the Lord that created everything, the Lord who reigns behind the curtain of shadow that disintegrate nature. Oh, is this like his little shoo-shoo-doo? The shepherd raised his hand, the Lord that created everything, the Lord who reigns behind the curtain of shadow, the degenerate nature of all living things, your devout believers pray for your coming. I am willing to offer my body as a vessel to bear the burden of your great will. I mean, so he does? Yeah. Amidst the prayers, a light from an unknown source appeared above Mr. A's head, completely enveloping him. The grievance and negative emotion that were gathered around Mr. A surged his body like a tidal wave. Bang, bang, bang. Kind slapped his fingers repeatedly, used flame controlling, trying his best to attack the altar, but they still couldn't resist being disintegrated against the barrier of light. What can I do? All my other mystical items are above the gray fog. To take them out, I need to hold a ritual which would waste at least a minute or two, and the body without protection would be very dangerous. What should I do? Klein rationally stopped his attempts and stood there, his mind racing. Furthermore, whether it was the sunbroach or biological poison bottle, the all-black eye, or black emperor card that raised his level, none of them seemed capable of breaking through the altar barrier. I was waiting for Miss Justice's call to reinforcements. The only thing I can do, or do I just watch helplessly as the true creator descends? Klein tensed up, his thoughts rapidly flying through his mind. He quickly considered the corresponding strategies. As he considered each and every item on his body, his palms unconsciously broke out in a cold sweat. Suddenly he thought of something. Without having time to think about the corresponding, he reached into his pocket and grabbed something that felt metallic. Tap, tap, tap. Klein took a few steps forward, jarred his arm, and threw the object upon at the altar. In a flash, the bronze object entered the barrier of light. It was an ancient, simple key. It was the master key. Within the barrier of light, the brass master key began to decompose and melt. And when its outer shell disappeared, the curse that was hidden within it disappeared, collecting into the unknown area where Mr. Door was. Is Mr. Door gonna come out? In Empress Borough, the opulent villa of Earl... Audrey stood by a full-length window and worriedly looked into the distance. She saw the fog on the horizon was gradually thickening, turning a pale yellow that was dyed iron black. I don't want to talk about the fog. There's something wrong with that. A huge golden retriever, Susie, sat behind her and also looked calm in haze. Yes, I hope it can be stopped in time. Audrey didn't know what the fog represented. The silently prayed to the goddess and Mr. Fool that they would let the primordial demoness descend. Wouldn't let the primordial demoness descend. Suddenly, she noticed that the branches outside the window were waiting to shake and the grass was slightly rattling. The wind is coming. Audrey felt inexplicably happy. Sherwood Borough, Holy Wind Cathedral. Let's go! Terrifying storms that were visible to the naked eye suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and then they surged towards the east in the unimaginable hurricane. Whoosh! The thick accumulative fog was blown away, and the rich yellow and iron-black colors quickly faded away. Whoosh! Dried branches fell into the ground as dust dirt rose into the air, flowing fog into the distance. Whoosh! Many of them... The whoosh is doing good. Many of the pedestrians had their hat desperate from their heads. Their bodies swayed so much that they had to hold onto the trees and walls. The sailors in the dock area felt as though they had returned to the port city and were witnessing a typhoon. The smoke in Eastborough that had a factory distinct thinned and heavily population felt relieved. The sight discomfort. Boom, boom, lightning leaped and thunder rumbled. The soon subsided and downpour began to cleanse the land. The Church of Storms reacted rather quickly this time. It also had to do with us bringing the operation forward and not being fully prepared. Those in the middle class and the tycoons would have shared the same fate of the Great Smog as the commoners if it weren't for the recipient protection they received. They would all be lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Lady Despair sat on the rental carriage as she leisurely headed to the pattern of the rain of the window glass. Even though her plans had been ruined in a timely manner, the haze from before had caused more than 20,000 people died, according to her calculations. Yeah, and among that was Old Coiler. Furthermore, there would be a subsequent spread of the plague. With this, I've pretty much digested most of my potion. What the fuck was... But this is just a benefit I received as a matter of convenience. With large numbers of the population being wiped out, this points to the Aurora Order and the True Creator. No one can guess what the royal family really plans on doing. It's time I leave along with Trissy. Lady Despair thought while in a good mood. Her whereabouts were kept secretive and she had taken care of everything beforehand. Therefore, she didn't have to worry about being surrounded by Backland's demigods at all. By the time they found traces of her, she would already be far away from the city. Just as the Lady Despair was about to leave the carriage, her vision blurred and she saw a figure appear before her. The figure sat across from her. The young woman in a hooded classic robe with black eyes and hair and a beautiful but dull face. After throwing out the master key, Klein held Azek's copper whistle, then held his breath and waited for the results. If things failed to develop, he imagined that the altar barrier remaining intact had planned to using Azek's copper whistle to see if it could get any help from the messenger. If that still failed, he would go above the great fog and use the items like the Black Emperor card. He had attempted every possibility until his very last second. At this very moment, there was no crimson moon, let alone a clear full moon, since it was the afternoon. Therefore, Klein didn't have enough confidence in his curse contained within the master key, and he only hoped for the distinguished effects of the altar barrier and threatened the existent cause. Such a communicating with Mr. Door in reverse and transmitting its a cry for help to him. In just a second or two, Klein saw the master key disintegrate into smaller particles of light and an illusory distorted crimson. The crimson quickly faded into the struggle, which suddenly exploded. In an instant, Klein lost his sense of hearing. He saw the countless figures formed of resentment and indignation all raise their head and screamed. They rapidly transformed, tinged with the blackish green, and grew a second skull and a third eye, or even a fifth leg. They converged into a tort and surged into Mr. A's body. Mr. A suddenly opened his eyes. Shock and disbelief evaded amidst his indifferent bloodlust. Blood-red eyes. Soon after, the radiant layer of light surrounding the altar warped and collapsed. Boom! The huge explosion spread from the center of the altar, setting off a terrifying storm. Crack! The 4 thick stone pillars closest to the blast crumbled, and the distant Klein had only enough time to duck, roll before he sent flying shockwaves. Bam! He hit the wall, flattened to a thin sheet of paper, and subsequently wind tore apart the thin piece of paper and scattered in every direction. Klein himself appeared in the corner, using the walls to withstand an enduring shockwave. The destruction caused by the master key exceeded his imagination. The curse that had been forcibly melted away really didn't have an indicative reaction, as it transmitted Mr. Door's roar and the voice of the forsaken entity, who was at least at a level of an angel, contaminated and resentment the number of despair needed for the ritual. As a result, the altar lost its balance and embarked on the path of self-destruction. The moment the blast calmed down a little, Klein rushed into the confirmed the result. The illusory figure and oppressive feeling in the air had already vanished, leaving behind scattered remnants of the altar. Mr. A had his body leaning forward as he knelt by a collapsed pillar. He was missing an arm, half his face, and a number of organs. His remaining eye was filled with bone-deep hatred. Yeah! However, his wounds were quickly covered with squirming flesh. After that single glance, Klein didn't hesitate to run. You know what? Probably the smartest thing Klein's ever done. For him, he had achieved the ultimate goal of foiling the true creator's descent. If he didn't leave now, was he a Sequence 6 going to share a dinner with the shepherd Mr. A to welcome the new year? Chapter 478, a grade 0 sealed artifact in operation. So is this going to be like the new sealed artifact, or is this going to be like the old one? You know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to leave that there because it's going to, but I knew it. Is it? I think it's fine. It's fine. It should be fine. It should be fine. It should be fine. It should be fine. Should be fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's a long title. We're on a time crunch because Harsh keeps fucking up the stream. So we're just gonna leave it as is. Is everything good? Like, can you hear the audio? Because if you can hear the audio, I'm just gonna continue reading. The moment she saw the stranger appear in front of her... I'm not writing the title. It's a long title. Material is a sharp crystalline ice spear and threw it at her target. Using the force of the recoil, she attempted to break through the back of the carriage and onto the street. With regards to the sudden turn of events, she was puzzled at the strange enemy who suddenly appeared. On the contrary, she was very confused and perplexed on how someone could find her concealed self so quickly. It was no less difficult than destroying a large city or teleporting directly from Backland to the southern continent of East Balam. But as a Sequence 4 demoness of despair, she had developed herself one step at a time. When she was an assassin, she knew that she could afford to be distracted or sprout nonsense at such a critical moment. It wasn't too late to think about all the matters later. Therefore, she chose to attack directly and wanted to take an opportunity to leave. She could hardly imagine how the strange woman with black hair and eyes would be frozen in a layer of sparkling light, left in a frosty wake of Ice Spear's introductory. She would have to struggle to break through the obstructions in order to have the strength to chase after her. Terrible words. But then she definitely would have escaped from the street and blended into the crowd. However, the scene she was looking forward to didn't appear. As soon as the crystalline ice spear left her hand, it suddenly disappeared into thin air. Its whereabouts were completely unknown. Angel, the demon demoness of despair's eyes narrowed as black flames suddenly surged from her body, spreading ailments in a bid to ignite everything around her and cause large-scale fire. At that moment, her body trembled in a strange manner, and she froze on the spot. She saw her left hand disappear 1 centimeter at a time as she rapidly spread upwardly in unstoppable fashion. That's what I'm thinking. It's just for time's sake that I don't have to write these. In her eyes, the beautiful and lifeless eyes of a woman oppress her, dark and serene, as if there were pure darkness concealed within. You aren't. You are. The demon of despair's word came an abrupt halt. Her entire body was like a sketch that had been quietly erased with an easier, leaving no trace behind. Her final gaze was filled with fear and despair. The seat she previously occupied was empty, as though she had never sat in before. The beautiful woman with a lifeless expression pulled the hood of her classical robe, and her lips moved forward, almost in her fingers instantly disappear. On the outskirts of Emperor's Borough, on the trackless public character, Trish was sitting quietly in a corner wearing a veiled hat. She didn't flee with the help of the river by going straight to the Tustic River, nor did she head to the nearest railroad to catch a train, as everyone thought she would. Her choice was a return to Backlund. Only in the city was populated with 5 million, with the sort of a hidden faction and numerous beyonders would they be able to help her escape subsequent produce of the demoness sect. At that moment she felt tense, mentally, constantly wary of the terrifying old butler, Funkel. Suddenly her head spun, and her vision returned to normal. She found herself having magically left the public carriage and was standing on a muddy road outside. Trissy's pupils contracted rapidly as she looked around cautiously. Then she saw a black hooded figure in a classic robe, and she noticed the black eyes hidden in the shadows. For some reason, it was as if Trissy returned to being an infant, so weak to the point that she couldn't pull up her resistance at all. Cold sweat dripped from her forehead, and although her legs were trembling violently, she was unable to move. This is the scariest enemy I've ever faced. Even a high-ranking demoness I previously met didn't give me such a feeling. Am I going to die here? Is this finally going to be the end after I proceeded in escaping despite failing so many times? A deep sense of despair, an uncontrollable sense of sadness filled Trissy's heart, making her feel as if she plunged into deepest nightmare. Suddenly a dim, blue light flashed before her eyes, removing her curse of being unable to move. Trissy looked forward again, but there was no longer any trace of an extremely terrifying figure. Everything had just happened now seemed like it was a most realistic illusion, but when Trissy lowered her head, she was surprised to see that the sapphire ring on her left pinky had somehow shattered, losing all of its brilliance. Crack, crack, crack. The remains of the ring and the gem fell off one after another. Klein dodged and rolled around the collapsed stone pillars, and the heavily intrigued Mr. A, who was persistent of healing, he ran for the entrance opposite him. As for the characteristic fragments, which were slowly gathering. Which were slowly gathering of the remnants of the master key, he didn't even take a glance at them. After that, he would give Mr. A enough time to stop him. He was well aware that the events, if he had a mystical item, was well prepared. He would necessarily not be a match for the shepherd, not to mention the fact that the only equipment Mr. Azek's copper whistle and 3 types of Beyonder bullets, he didn't have a single match left. Even though Mr. A was seriously injured, Klein didn't dare to take the risk. Oh my god, he had heard the Rose Bishop, the sequence prior to the Shepherd, was extremely proficient in flesh magic, its healing ability, as it was no weaker than the ability of transferring his wounds. Creak, he pulled open the heavy door, a natural light outside shone in, and the clouds in the sky were tinged with thin yellow, and the sun was pale and dim. Klein rushed out and found that he was in the middle of the mountains. He was surrounded by towering mountains that made the area extremely hidden. Tap, tap, tap. He frantically ran down and wasn't even taking the mountain trail. Instead, with his skills as a clown, he ran down the steep slope, occasionally tumbling, occasionally swinging. Is he in the Hornicus mountain range right now? He heard the clashing of the river in ahead and below him, but in the moment, a strong gust blew over him, sweeping towards the back. Klein made a prompt decision. No, he's not. Okay, no. His knees buckled and he rolled down the side. The location where he was originally standing and the direction he was moving in that deep raven carved out by the wind blades. Mr. A dropped out of the window, his body still draped with a cape, squirming with flesh and blood. He pointed with his fingers and immediately clenched his fists, flew out of swill mid-air before suddenly exploding. Boom! Drops of blood and bits of flesh flew every direction as Klein cartwheeled with his hands, dodging most of before fiddling, sheltered within the trees. The projectile bore bloody holes through the huge tree. Traces of corruption began spreading every direction and the affected area. Back when Klein was running, he had already loaded the revolver and was about to raise his hand and shoot Mr. A in the eyes when he saw a deep darkness appear with them. All of a sudden, Klein knew that although the scenery around him had to change at all, he had been forcibly dragged into a dream. He had once killed a nightmare at least. Klein maintained his consciousness and saw Mr. A phase to his side in a manner inconsistent with logic, turning into a blood-red blanket that enveloped him, a manner that could be escaped from. You want to rely on nightmare to scare me, the point of stopping my heart. A thought flashed in Klein's mind as he responded. What? This was a dream. The lucid him could conjure anything, thus dazzling gold sun appeared. Clear and the blazing flames ignited everything and surrounded in an instant. Klein imagined the scene when he first saw the eternal blazing sun during the dream divination. Almost at the same time he left the dream and uttered a muffled grunt. Mr. A took a step back, 2 streams of blood running from the tip of his nose. The robe formed of flesh blood began to sow. Klein snapped his fingers and ignited the trees about 30 or 40 meters away. Beneath his feet, long, withered weeds caught on fire, and the soaring flames enveloped his body. Mr. A's original, unmanly, beautiful face suddenly turned into a more beautiful and feminine. A crystalline and weightless ice sphere materialized in his hand, and he threw it towards the burning trees a few dozen meters away. As soon as Klein jumped out of the flames, his pupils reflected the transparent tip of the spear. The tip of the spear became bigger and clearer, filling his eyes. Klein threw himself on the side of his body, became covered with a thin layer of frost. The transparent spear then extinguished the flames, allowing the thick layer of ice to quickly spread in every direction. Klein, who was still in midair, suddenly curled up into a ball, turning his body upside down. He stretched out his left hand and lightly pressed a layer on ice. He once again rose into the air and left the cold world. However, his skin on the palm was frozen and the point of contact. This resulted in him tearing his skin with a rippling sound. Rolling to his feet, Klein reached into his pocket and pulled out a self-made slumber charm. As he was about to say the incantation, his nose suddenly started to itch and sneeze. Achoo, achoo, achoo. His head ached and he kept sneezing, leaving him with no strength to fight back. I feel sick. I became infected by some sort of ailment. No, 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 no. No, 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 I was unfamiliar with the kind of experience. I knew it was beyond a power of demonistic pleasure. Back then, he had relied on the use of charms to cause all parties to fall into a deep slumber, then relying on uniqueness. He escaped the effects of the charm, but now Mr. A had maintained a distinct of 20 meters. Oh, I thought he was getting infected. He is. However, Klein was no longer just a clown. His fingers could still move, snapped. In an instant, all the spider silk around him was ignited as if it turned into a giant torch. Klein just had jumped out of the scarlet flame when he started sneezing again, which was then followed fit of violent coughing. This automatically prevented the use of many of his beyond powers. At this moment, the feminine gentleness of Mr. A's face disappeared, adding more dignity to his loftiness. He stretched out his right hand and clenched it tightly. Klein suddenly had an inkling that if he ran, Klein suddenly had an inkling that if he, oh my god, I lost it, ran, he would only be running in circles. Mr. A, who was wearing a blood-red robe, revealed a cruel smile, and an ancient book that was transparent, illusory, appeared in front of him. An ethereal, high-pitched voice rang out. I came, I saw, I recorded. Achoo, cough, cough. Klein wanted to hide, but he was powerless. At the moment, he experienced in an unpredictable manner the power of the shepherd. It was truly worthy of being called the most comprehensive, most flawed, and most powerful beyond our sequence, under the level of a demigod. Even if he hadn't made any preparations with any mystical items before being used, for him to be suppressed to such a state without being able to fight back, it implemented that there were so many problems. Okay. 479. 3 chapters left. 3 chapters left. And I'm just doing this. I'm just changing the number because I don't want to fuck around with it too much. Okay, the old butler Funkel was fleeing across the barrier field in the wilderness. He had lost his hat. He nearly combed gray hair hung in the unkempt manner, and the outer layer of his clothes were muddy. Huff, puff. He paused for a moment, panting as he looked behind him. He felt slightly more at ease when he realized that there was no one around him. However, when he turned his head, he was about to change directions. He discovered that the figure had appeared in front of him. The figure wore a hooded classical robe. His face was dull and expressionless, while his black eyes were hidden in the shadows. 3 chapters. I'm almost done. But he was surprised to find that his nose disappearing and voice gone. A look of despair suddenly appeared on his face. Then a strained void. His entire body was seemingly wiped clean with a cloth. Not a single trace was left behind. Achoo, cough, cough. In the face of Mr. A's looming attack, the spell spelled certain death. Klein was infected with an illness. His headache and fever made it difficult to use flame control and flaming jump. At that moment, he couldn't even produce air bullets. Fear of the unknown took over his mind. The clown's intuition for danger saw himself spitting into the smallest particles of light, perhaps taking away any chance of him reviving. In an instant, Klein retrieved his own pocket and took out an object. This was the answer to most dangerous situations he could think of ahead of time. No matter what kind of situation he was suddenly placed in, a magician had to be prepared to a certain extent so that he would panic in the middle of battle. Klein took out an Azek's copper whistle brought to his mouth and blew hard over the sneezing and coughing. Without any stirring motions, he saw, through his spirit vision, a geyser of white bones spewing out as they rapidly stretched through the appearance of a huge messenger with black flames burning in its eye sockets. And at that moment, the page of the book in front of Mr. A stopped flipping, and the distant voice suddenly came to a halt. A mist-green brilliance surged out in the bone messenger that was almost 4 meters tall, cracked and crumbled into countless specks of pure light. Behind it, the force that had caused Klein to go in circles was the first to crumble. The figure in the black... No, that's fair. If you guys are tired, you can go. You can always replay and watch it back. However, the secret sand was white spots as if they were a shred of paper that had been torn to the limit. Klein's figure appeared on the other end, gently and coughing uncontrollably. If it wasn't for the skeleton messenger blocking the blow of him, then he would have been able to suppress the ailments and use the paper figurine substitute. And after that ordeal, his illness worsened to the point of him losing almost all forms of resonance, and at that moment Mr. A, who had failed in his fatal blow, silently coughed, a way more violent manner than Klein. He fell to the ground in pain, blood frothing from the corners of his mouth. He coughed out a pile of fragmented organs and squirming flesh. Then, with great difficulty, he opened his mouth and... Is Klein gonna die again? He opened his mouth and attempted to lick the back into his mouth, forcibly consuming again. What's going on? Klein was stunned. Oh no, this is Mr. A! What? Stunned for a moment, but then didn't stop him from resisting the cough. He raised his right hand and aimed the revolver at Mr. A's head. At that moment, he vaguely understood something. While Mr. A's injuries could be treated with his flesh and blood magic, the impact and backlash on his mind, he's done this before, it could be muffled through this method. Mr. A should have switched to another Beyonder power and slowly healed the damage to his spirit body, but he was driven by hatred and he forcibly suppressed his injuries and chased after Klein. Thus, after continuously using the Beyonder powers that exceeded what his body could bear, his situation worsened and latent problems flared up. Klein fired the bullets in the revolver. Bronze, pale gold, and silver beams of light quickly crossed in short distances between the two of them. Fortunately, he was unable to control his sneezing and coughing during the process. The bullets didn't hit Mr. A, with only 2 of them hitting Mr. A, and one of them drilling through his forehead, with the other in his torso. Sizzle. The sizzling sound rang out, and Mr. A's head seemed to be boneless. It was just a combination of a pile of rotten flesh that caused his pale, golden-colored bullet to sink deep into his body. He quickly came to a stop and failed, dealing lethal damage. All it did was emit a gold radiance of sunshine. Mr. A lifted his neck, and the flesh around the whole of his head withered wildly. He wasn't dead, not even seriously injured. Damn. This guy just won't die. Seeing this, Klein made up his mind and turned around and ran, no longer making an attempt to attack. As for Mr. A, he was patented and lowered his head again. He licked the bites of fragments, flesh, and organs, but he coughed up. Amidst the wheezing and coughing, Klein ran in random directions, occasionally rolling. Finally, he fled to the edge of the cliff, which was over 50 meters away. Behind the cliff was a silent, turbid, tussock river, surged instantly, was wide as calm. Klein didn't hesitate and put strength in the leg and jumped. He plummeted, feeling the weightlessness of a free fall. His body tore through the air as he attempted to adjust his posture midair, transforming into a standard diving motion. His ailment stopped his 3.5 flips midair, and positioning of his body and palms failed to be correct to sun. With a splashing sound, he sucked the water surface, reducing into a thin piece of white paper. The paper figurine quickly became moist, half sinking in and half floating. At the bottom of the river not far away, a Klein figure formed as it shivered a little. His clothes were already soaked, as there the remnant paper and bill of the wallet. After distancing myself from Mr. A, the ailment has abated Klein, although the lingering sense of fear. If his coughing and wheezing hasn't sustained in the last minute, it wouldn't have been the time to use a paper figurine substitute, and he would have suffered internal bleeding and initially died. Of course, if he died in such a manner, he felt that his chance of being resurrected. While kicking his legs to keep himself afloat, Klein created an invisible hollow tube with his mouth, allowing it to raise out the water and bring himself fresh air. This was the underwater breathing performance of a magician. Klein snuck in with his mouth and blew out through his nose, not letting the turbulent air he breathed out pollute the pipe by direct entering the water. At the same time, he stealthily made his way to the shore, hoping to avoid Mr. A's subsequent pursuit. Unfortunately, this isn't a city. The power of the faceless cannot be used effectively, otherwise once I break away, Mr. A definitely wouldn't be able to find me. While swimming, Klein instinctively had this thought. This resulted in him taking the problem that was the wind controlling beyond Mr. Power previously had. Generally speaking, this belongs to the pathway of the Lord of Storms. For this pathway, apart from the wind, there's also water, which means that they're especially effective for underwater activities. Underwater activities shepherd so full around and terrifying. Klein's heart almost stopped beating through. Thought flashed through his mind. He suddenly swam upstream, no longer concerning himself. As soon as he emerged from the water, he approached the shore. He saw Mr. A's devil. Dude, what the fuck? He does all this to get away, and he just gets up and he's right there. Devilishly beautiful face covered with fish scales and gaping gills. Mr. A was floating on the water surfaces, and his bright red robe, the corner of his mouth curled up. His eyes were filled with true hatred. Fight. I can only fight. This is generational hatred. Like, they're gonna teach their sons to hate each other, and their sons will be taught to hate each other. I'll try to hold out to the churches. Reinforcements arrived for Mr. Azek to escape the parchment without hesitation. Klein, who had gained reprieve from his ailments, raised his right hand, ready to snap his fingers. At that moment, the two of them simultaneously looked at the sky as though it was an instinctive reaction. A beautiful feminine figure was quickly outlined. The figure was hooded and in a dark robe, its eyes looking blankly at Mr. A. Then, Klein saw Mr. A being quickly erased, as though he had become a pencil drawing. Okay. Wiped out rapidly with an eraser, leaving nothing but his look of indignation, despair, amidst the blankness and madness etched into his mind. That was the only audience present. What kind of level is this? What kind of strength is this? The moment Klein thought about it, he saw the figure turn and look at him. It was a beautiful face, but it didn't have the slightest expression. Its black eyes were deep and dark and devoid of spirituality. Just when Klein's heart was beating rapidly, thinking that he would disappear without a trace, without clues as to whether he would resurrect, the corners of the woman's mouth slowly lifted into a smile. Klein was stunned, wondering if he was dreaming. Before he could regain his senses, the figure instantly faded and disappeared from where he was. The sound of water splashing around him echoed in the air. Puzzled, Klein swam to the shore and got out of the water. Looking around, he found that I'm so excited to see this get animated, was unusually remote, but there was no roads or living people, only the slight turbulent river, which concluded following the unpacked. It ended just like that. Mr. A died just like that. Who was the lady just now? She was so strong that Mr. A didn't even have the time to scream, and she smiled at me. Smiled. Maybe isn't a she. However, other than the figures at the level of the Pope, how could there be angels walking on the ground of the three churches? Furthermore, a figure on that level of the Pope obviously wouldn't be in Backland. Klein couldn't believe that he was out of danger zone. After a moment of contemplation, he finally let a sense of reality. She should be the powerless out by the churches. She arrived in time, successfully saved me. If I hadn't informed Miss Justice ahead of time, then they might not have taken such a timely action. There would have been a high chance of me dying in Mr. A's hands, with the possibility of resurrection being questionable. Yes, it also has to do with me persisting on dragging on the battle all the way up until this moment. Not bad at all. With a sigh of relief, Klein began to look for a way out. Exile. The man with the gold mask pointed at Azek Eggers and threw his figure into the void, a spot no one knew. Then he turned around to face In Sangwell. who was looking at him with a frown. "There's no time. We can't finish him off that quickly. We have to hide this area as quickly as possible. Do you want the church to discover our secret?" The man with the gold mask growled angrily. In Sangwell put away his doubts, nodded, turned to 0-08, which had stopped writing, and grabbed it. His figure was faltering somewhat, and by his legs were piled pants, and he nearly being ripped apart in the middle of the battle. Jesus. Inside Red Rose Manor, Prince Adisak sat by a full-length window with an abnormal vacant look in his eyes. "Your Highness, please hurry," a voice sounded behind him. Adisak's eyes turned spiritedly as he took a deep breath, picked up the revolver on the table and pressed it against his temple. Inside the bullet that obliterated spirit bodies, no way. He turned his head, looked longingly at the golf course and strolling horses. Bang! He pulled the trigger. He was that traumatized. Oh my god. Okay. That's crazy. I think I might still have it open, because we're at chapter 480 now. Rewards for honesty. 2 chapters left. That last chapter was kind of crazy. I don't know if I have the first song. Oh my god. Okay. Little crazy. Little crazy. Whole thing's a little crazy. It's gonna say that it's gone, but maybe not. One more leg. Just one more and we're good. One more leg for the road. We got 2 chapters left. 2 chapters left. One more leg for the road, babe. One last time. And then we're done. Honestly, props for you guys for sticking it out. Okay. Let me fix it. Was it? Which one are you talking about? Which one are you? Music. I know it's the wrong music. I know. I'm going. I'm trying to fix it. Trying to go. Only two more. We're almost there. There we go. But do not despair. Thank you. Words of wisdom. True words have never been spoken. Just let me know when she's back. Oh, okay. You know what? I'll do it. We're already lagging a little bit. And you know what? At this point, we might as well. We're back. No, dude. It's crazy how long this stream is an easy title. It's crazy how long this stream has been, but you know what? We stuck through it. Thank you guys for sticking through it with me and all the lags. If you need to blame someone, blame Harsh. In the hall where the stone pillars had collapsed, a group of Nighthawks wearing black trench coats and silk hats appear around the altar. The person leading, thank you, I'm happy it was worth it. Leading the team was the Archbishop of the Church of Evernight, St. Anthony Stevenson. It was distributed by someone. He muttered without stopping and directly walked to the stone door that led to the interior. Always blame Harsh. What can I say? Rich darkness. Okay, I'm gonna finish in 20 minutes. Rich darkness surfaces the stone door silently opened. St. Anthony led some of the Nighthawks in as they delved deeper. Along the way, they didn't discover a single guard or anything of value. It was as if this place had been forcefully swept clean. Finally, they reached the room in the deepest recesses, but there was nothing there but walls and stone pillars. The blue door of light, which was there when Klein left, was long gone. The lanterns of the Nighthawks' hands suddenly lost their light. The darkness enveloped the room. When everything returned to normal, they found that the surrounding walls had somehow melted away. However, there was no hidden doors or tunnels behind them. It was either a thick layer of mud and rocks or a corridor that came from St. Anthony was silent for more than 10 seconds before saying, "Try divination." I just looked up in the chat, why am I getting shipped with Harsh? I look away for 2 seconds and you start doing this tomfoolery in my chat. Achu, walking through the pathless cliffs and forests, Klein was saddened to realize what has happened? What has happened? The residual effects of eyes. Mr. A's beyond powers, combined with the fact that he was drenched during winter, gave him the shameful cold. However, he didn't dare to stop to collect dry twigs and light a fire and dry his clothes for money. He was afraid that the Beyonders of the church would find him, even though he had already gained the endorsements of Stanton Isengard of the Machinery Hive Mind. And obtained the status of semi-official. There was a matter involving the primordial demoness awakening and the true creator's descent, 2 cases of the highest order. Therefore, he was bound to be subjected to rigorous investigations, have tea sessions with the Machinery Hive mandated punishers and Nighthawks to recount the whole process actively or passively. There was 2 major pitfalls on this. One was that he knew people inside the Nighthawks, and although Detective Sherlock Moriarty looked dude, why am I, we'll continue this after I'm finished, because every time I look up, I see a new little quip of like a fucking AO3 fan fiction of me and Harsh, and it's kind of knocking me off. I'm trying to lock in, guys. Had summoned a powerful descent of death at a crucial moment. This wasn't a problem that could be explained easily. That high-level powerhouse was rushing to deal with in Zangwell and the 0-08, so she didn't have time to bother with a friendly small fry like me. However, I can't be careless as a result. I should flee when it's necessary. Yes, I can write to the Machinery Hive Mind when I have a chance, starting the second reason to why I have to temporarily leave Backland. This way, I might still have a chance to work with them in the future. Of course, I have to strictly observe to see if the Machinery Hive Mind has any strong enemies towards any descendants of death. I wonder how Mr. Azek is doing. Haha, perhaps Sherlock Moriarty might be dead in the official announcement. He sure lived up to the name and the identity. As quickly as possible, Klein tried to find a small town and blend in with the crowd while enduring the alternating fever and cold. Only in human society could the faceless powers be fully expressed. The woman who was working with Mr. A, she should be a demoness. She went to Eastborough from the looks of the ritual. There must have been a large number of deaths over there. Yeah, 20,000 people. I wonder, with the spiritual intuition of a seer, Klein's heart suddenly felt heavy. At this moment, all the colors in front of his eyes turned saturated as if they had been sprinkled with oil by a deity. The feeling was over instantly, and Klein found himself far away from where he had been, with the bronze skin, soft features, Azek Eggers appearing next to him. "Mr. Azek, are you unhurt?" He couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. "I am," Azek replied frankly before smiling, "but to an undying, this isn't a big problem." Klein calmed down and asked what happened to Inzangwil and 0-08. Inzangwil is still alive, and he still wields the Grade 0 sealed artifact, Azek said as he walked. Klein tried hard to follow him as he couldn't help but sigh. What a pity. Don't worry about it. He was severely injured. Yeah, dude. Azek absolutely, he did some damage there. Azek solemnly said, and most importantly, we know that he was secretly cooperating with the royal family, so we don't have to worry about not being able to find him in the future. This way, you can focus on improving yourself, and I can also try to go a few places that I've recalled to awaken more memories. Your luck isn't bad. I've been secretly observing the people from MI9 and the royal family to confirm Insangwil's whereabouts. One of the most important places was Red Rose, otherwise I would have been able to rush over and save you so quickly. Klein immediately felt a little awkward when he was mentioned. "Mr. Azek, are you puzzled as to why I didn't die? I often wake up after entering a coffin as well. This is something that I previously recalled," Azek said with a smile, completely unfazed by the matter. "Aw, and in my incomplete memory, although it's rare in others, it's not without precedence. He often wakes up after entering a coffin." Often? Klein suddenly realized that the problem that he was worried about were nothing in the eyes of a real powerhouse. No, true. Azek's like, that's baby shit. I don't want to, I keep clocking the Dara X harsh, and it's throwing me off. First off, is harsh not... Pause this really. Is harsh, are you not like 17 years old? Are you not a child? Or... I don't remember. I remember seeing somewhere that one of them was like 17 years old. Which means you're a child. No. Another Chilean lecture. Harsh is sponsoring the movie. Oh, blessings that he's not underage. No, everyone's about to be fucking banned off this chat. Let me finish. I'm almost done. I'm like a chapter and a half away. Anyway, back to the important stuff. Well, Mr. Azek... Dude, me and the leg. That's a love-hate relationship right there. Enemies. That's just straight enemies. Fucking op numero uno. As expected, the undying death pathway. Well, Mr. Azek has mentioned that he has been on this sequence for a long time, which means that he is long advanced. Klein thought for a moment when he asked a concern. Mr. Azek would Insangwil discover that I'm Klein Moretti. He was afraid that Insangwil would take revenge on Benson and Melissa. He better not touch Benson and Melissa. He better not touch Benson and Melissa. Just fair to your Discord name. I think I'm gonna have to. I think I'm gonna have to at this point. Unlikely at most, he would believe that we knew each other long ago, or that you're my informant. If we use the term that the police uses, Azek recalled and said, but the Grade 0 sealed artifact might notice it, but you don't have to worry. Why? Klein pressed. It was an unknown why Azek had remembered, but his expression suddenly turned strange. It was as if he wanted to laugh, but at the same time, he felt horrified. The Grade 0 sealed artifact will keep attempting to write down the death of its owner. Oh shit, this is likely to be an instruction to it and cannot be changed. Therefore, I doubt that it would actively... That's crazy, that it just, like, tries to kill them. That it would actively... I lost my train. I lost my spot. Okay, seeing this ad, it's best for you to leave Backland for the time being. Inzangwil might use the Grade 0 sealed artifact to seek revenge again. Using your fake name, as long as you aren't in Backland, it should be fine. The Grade 0 sealed artifact sphere of influence doesn't exceed a large city. Just as I predicted, there is a limit to the sphere of influence. Otherwise, Insangual could have easily hidden in a small town in South Continent and leisurely arranged the fates of his targets without having to worry about anyone finding him. Klein asked, after some deliberation, a short trip to Backland for a day or half a day is fine, right? With the premise that I've changed my identities and looks. With that, he rubbed his face, instantly reverting back to his appearance back in Tingen. Oh, we get OG Klein back! Isaac's eyebrows twitched and he nodded. It's fine. He turned his head and looked into the distance at the spot that he could no longer see. It seemed like I'd been targeted by a powerful existence of the Church of Evernight. It's best if you don't stay by my side, if you might be impractical. They're very interested in the Beyond characters related to death. Yes, I plan on heading out to sea while I digest my potion. I'll be seeking mermaids. It's a condition for my advancement, Klein explained in his plan. We're finally gonna get the pirate arc. Yes! Isaac tilted his head. Mermaids? Could a mermaid be in the form of a dead spirit work? I can find at least 4. Probably not. Klein reached out and whipped his forehead. His intuition told him that it was definitely impossible, but he planned to divine above the gray fog to confirm it. Without mentioning the dead mermaid again, Isaac said, if there's anything, then contact me through the messenger. Messenger? Klein suddenly felt guilt-ridden and ashamed. It died in battle with me, Mr. A. It saved my life. With Mr. A, it saved my life. Gave him a glance, shook his head, and laughed. Don't worry about it, as long as it isn't killed by a powerhouse at the level of an angel or via some special method. I love Isaac so much. Some special method, then as long as the underworld still exists, it can slowly be reborn there. And before that, I have similar messages numbering. I don't know how many times there are. It sounds like there's an army such a powerful humongous messenger. Klein turned to gape and unable to say a word. His shame faded as he asked curiously, Mr. Isaac, where is the underworld, or in other words, hell? The spirit world, to be precise. It's a special place that the ancient death created in the spirit world. Isaac didn't hide the truth. Ancient death, that should be an ancient god. Phoenix, ancestor, Grace. Grey Grace. So the underworld belongs to the spirit world. No wonder the basic structure in Miss Suno's real world, the spirit world and the astral world, it doesn't contain the underworld and the abyss. Klein was about to ask a question when he suddenly remembered something and quickly said, Mr. Isaac, I obtained a card of blasphemy created by Emperor Roselle. It contains the secret of a high sequence beyonder. I believe it can help you recall more things. However, you'll have to wait a while. It's hidden in Backland. Klein didn't mention the bounty, fearing that it would reveal the Tarot Club's secret, the mysterious base of the Grey Fog, and Miss Justice. Therefore, he could show his gratitude towards Mr. Isaac for help, sacrifice, in tactful way. Isaac looked at him surprised, but he ultimately said nothing. He nodded and said, when you get it back, have the messenger bring it to me. I'll immediately return it to you after I study it, or you can copy the contents and pass it to me. He paused for a moment as if he thought of something, then he took out a glove that was so thin that it looked like it was made of human skin from his pocket and handed it to Klein. I've already awakened the relative memories, so I no longer need it. It's an item that pirate vice admiral left behind. I've placed some seals on it so that it wouldn't be hungry. However, every time I use it, it will require to use human flesh and soul to feed it, otherwise it will devour you. Creeping hunger? The remains of a particular shepherd. Klein immediately recalled what the glove represented. Chapter 481. Statistics and people. In a small town on the outskirts of Backland, after changing into clean and dry clothes, Klein placed his wet bills on the surface of the table one by one, waiting for them to dry naturally in the warm room. Okay. Yes. Dude. Statistics is a big word. No, I didn't add it. I was typing it and my hand slipped. I didn't. This is why I don't type. This is why I don't type. We've been doing this stream for almost 4. Don't clip it. We've been doing this stream for 4 hours. Lady Vamper to spare loyal service. I'm gonna cry. That's so funny. I'm just having to. We're watching a family dude, no. I'm fucking. I'm gonna continue reading. We literally are almost done. Okay. Statistics and People, chapter 240. No, chapter 481. Make sure there were no mistakes. Make sure there are no mistakes. He didn't dry them by controlling the flame. Having done all this, he walked to the corner of the hotel room where there was a full-length mirror. Klein's black hair was neatly combed in the mirror. He had a pair of dark brown eyes, and his face was thin and angular. He had gold-rimmed glasses and the bridge was known and was beardless. He looked young but also experienced. This was the modification of Zhao. No way. So he is now. No, I'm gonna have to put them on shorts and TikTok. Don't worry, I will. So he is now as like who he was in the other place. Okay. I'm so sorry, I'm almost done. Moreover, this is a youthful appearance during university when he was filled with vigor, one that had yet to be made fat by society. He intended to go to Backland when things have settled down a little and he would get himself a legal identity for his current appearance. Compared to when he left Tingen, he had no shortage of appropriate channels. For example, he had Ian at the Bravehearts bar, Miss Sharon circled the detective Isengard stand-in. How nostalgic, Klein whispered. He bruised himself with a ritual. In the room where the curtains had been drawn, he planned to bring creeping hunger above the gray fog to study it safely. Inside the silent ancient place, he appeared at the very edge of the long bronze table, leaning back in his chair while holding a pair of thin gloves made of human skin. Immediately after, he closed his eye and exhaled his spirituality in the object that required sealing. He immediately felt the hunger of the glow. It was as if he had a stomach that could never be filled, but above the gray fog, it was so tame that he didn't dare let out even the slightest bit of malice. It was like a hunting dog lay there, not daring to move at all. Then Klein heard cries of indignation and groans of pain. Many disordered, heinous, and grievous faces appeared in his spiritual perception, brimming with unspeakable melancholy and madness. These faces were deeply fused with beyonder characteristics, the different colors in different states. Wherever Klein's spirituality spread, it would combine with the corresponding faces that use the power it had. This is why we use it. Together we help of divination. Klein made one attempt after another to figure out what the 5 souls of the creeping hunger could. We'll make it to the end. The second was a psychiatrist. He could make a target fall into a frenzied state, place certain amount of psychological cues, and could simulate the dragon might intimidate individuals in group chats and creating chaos. The third was the interrogator that allowed the weave glove to persist. The fourth was nightmare that was only one power, which was to drag someone into a dream without being detected. However, it was unlikely to be on a characteristic correspond. It was accompanied by the creeping hunger so that the weaver could still move their bodies after entering a nightmare state. The fifth was priest of light. It also allowed him to produce halo effect, purifying all undead and foul creatures within a certain range and time. He had also singing ability of bard, which could... Dude, this thing's crazy. Companions as well as summoning a light holiness which would weaker than the flaring sun. The limit of the 5 souls of the power fixed when grazing for the first time. This isn't something that I can declare for myself. It's purely based on luck. Maybe there can be 3 or just 1. Klein thoughtfully nodded, sighed, and said, suffering souls, no matter what kind of people you are in the past, I will gradually free you from the imprisonment required accompanying deliverance. In the future, the soul's graze will only come from people who have committed heinous and unforgivable crimes. For every such beyonder I kill, I will place you to release you regardless whatever I need, powers or not. His solemn but gentle voice echoed within the ancient palace, and wailing sounds quieted down, no longer writhing in hideous fashion. Pew, Klein exhaled, opened his eyes, and tapped the edge of the ancient table with his fingers, and said to himself, that faceless powers overlap with mine, so it is completely useless. Once I have something to replace it with, I'll release him first. Yes, when time comes, I can attempt to channel his spirit and course with him. Perhaps I might receive information regarding a high sequence of the Sierra pathway. As well as clues to the whereabouts of the mermaids. No, there is no need to wait for their replacement. A few days ago, I can make an attempt when I fully recover my cold. The soul corresponding of the priest light should be able to complete incomplete formulas previously obtained. Furthermore, he'll leave behind the corresponding beyonder characteristics. The way Little Sun does need to worry about his subsequent advancement. Yes, he will be able to second the release. As for the needing to feel the human soul and flesh to creeping hunger every time it's used, that's not something I need to pay attention to. I usually won't use it anyway. When using it, I'll definitely be facing a terrifying enemy in such battle. There's no lack of lives to call. Even if there isn't, I can throw creeping hunger above the great fog and not worry about it backlash, nor do I need to be afraid of harming the innocent. The worst outcome would be becoming unusable. Also, once the all-black eye shattered the true creator's mental corruption, the hidden within will definitely erupt. When that happens, who can withstand it? Do it above the gray fog. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Klein remembered what could have happened in Eastborough. He hurriedly conjured a pen and paper to make the appropriate divination. After receiving the revelation, his expression sank and slowly leaned back in his chair. Below him, the endless grey fog floated in silence in seemingly unchanged fashion. Audrey stood by the window, looking at the fog mixed with pale yellowish iron-black colors rapidly dispersed. When she saw the heavy rain that was incompatible with winter, her heart fell more at ease. After an unknown period of time, she and Susie waited for Earl Hall eventually returned home. "Father, how is it?" Audrey asked with concern. Earl Hall smiled warmly as he handed the coat and hat and in attendance, in resolve, but the exact details are still unclear. "My little princess, you've really helped me greatly this time. You deserve a ton of medals." Is she gonna get even more money? Oh my god. What about the music? However, this time, there were still some serious casualties. To think that backland smog could become so deadly. Although the statistics have been tabulated, I estimate that more than 10,000 people died in Eastborough, the dock area, and the factory district. It was actually like 20,000 people, but you were close, buddy. Furthermore, the plague is still spreading, so please try not to leave the house for the time being. More than 10,000 people, that was a statistic Audrey could understand but couldn't imagine. Only on the anniversary of the kingdom's founding and during the parade would she be able to see tens of thousands of people gathered together. However, this did not stop her from feeling heavy, with her mood suddenly turned gloomy. Daisy stood outside her bar. No. Okay, sorry. I'll change the music. Sorry, I was locked in. What music do you want me to change? Because I've got them all up. I'm just waiting. This one? Or do you want the other one? Or do you want the one after that? I'm going. I've got it. Is it this one? Oh, she's really laggy now. Okay. That's okay, we'll deal with the camera later. Don't go over. Do you want to be infected with the plague? Daisy... Oh, we have to go back to Daisy. Stood there, she watched the two bodies being carried out. She saw her... Fuck you. She saw her mother live, hugging her sister Freya tightly. They were carried on a cargo carriage that was wrapped in black cloth and temply requisitioned. Then she watched as they disappeared in front of her eyes, as white cloth covered them. The carriage slowly moved towards the under end of the street. At that moment, Daisy seemed to wake up from a dream. She turned around and ran at full speed, chasing after the carriage. The ground was abnormally muddy after the rain. She fell and got up several times, leaving her body covered in dirt. However, she was still unable to catch with the carriage and could only watch it disappear around the corner. Daisy slowed her pace, her body swaying slightly as her expression turned abnormally vacant. She held onto the trees by the street and stared at the place where the carriage had left. Suddenly, her entire body went limp, and she started weeping. Mother Freya. The voice was soft, low, sharp, weak, and lingered. At that moment in Eastborough, the dock area, and the factory, tens of thousands of people were similarly crying out in grief. Empress Borough, Sodalo Place, wearing a crown above his resolute face and thin mustache, George III sat on the throne. He stared at the Earl Palpatine in front of him without saying a word. Your Majesty, the people from the three churches are waiting outside for your explanation, the Earl Palpatine asked as sweat dripped down his forehead. Explanation. Prince Edisac was seduced by the demoness, causing him to collude with a cult that attempted to rebel. That is the explanation. His schemes were exposed, and he has already committed suicide. What other explanations do they need? George III suddenly flew into rage. He took a deep breath and regained his usual solemnity. You tell them that anyone who obtains the corresponding aristocratic title via any means can get a seat in the House of Lords. The property restriction need for election will be relaxed, and the individual constitutions will be removed. This is to appeal to factory owners and bankers. Similarly, the National Atmospheric Pollution Council will immediately make their final statement. The relevant bill will soon be passed, and the minimum safeguard and working hours will appear in the form of law. The poor law shall reform in accordance with their request. The three churches are permitted to send their personnel into the military. Your Majesty, the Earl Palpatine was startled. Such a conscience was beyond his imagination, especially the last one. George III flared up again. Tell them this. Since they want a new order, I will give them a new order. Yes, Your Majesty. The Earl didn't dare say anything further and left the palace. George III sat there, unmoving for a long time, as though he was a stone statue. After an unknown period of time, his expression suddenly turned gentle. Chapter 482, the final chapter. If you have stuck with me this long, thanks, guys. Hopefully it's been entertaining. Let's finish this up and wrap it up so I can go to bed. Let's go. You know what? Round of no author's notes? No author's notes. Thank you very much. I can do author's notes. I just feel like we've already been here for like 4 hours. You know, we've already been here for 4 hours. If we weren't here for 4 hours, maybe. But let's finish it up. Morning of the 31st of December at the Harvest Church south of the bridge. Yeah, maybe at the beginning of next year. Emlyn White stood in the kitchen wearing his priest's robes, occasionally tossing different herbs into a large iron pot and stirring them into a certain extent. After the pre-prepared ingredients were tossed in, he waited patiently for another 10 minutes. Then he scooped up the ink-black liquids with a metal ladle and poured it into the glass cup and glass bottle beside him. 48, 49, 50. Emlyn glanced at the empty pot and counted the medicine he had brewed. After confirming the quality, he picked up a large tray and brought the bottles of dark green liquid to the hall. In the hall, more than half of the pews had been removed, and the floor was covered with tattered blankets. Lying within them were more victims of the plague, who were either in deep sleep or growing in pain. Emlyn and Father Wachowski worked together, each carrying some of the medicine, distributing it on two ends. The first person in the queue was a middle-aged man with a shallow complexion. He hurriedly propped himself up halfway, received the medicine, and drank it. He handed back the bottle and said to Emlyn in gratitude, "Father White, thank you very much. I feel better and have some strength again." Emlyn lifted his chin and replied disdainfully, "This is only an extreme trivial matter that isn't worth being grateful for. All of you are truly ignorant." Damn. We will be looking up artwork after this is done. Father Chofsky didn't respond. He looked at the patients and said with a gentle smile, "They should be completely healed in 2 or 3 days." "How do you know?" Emlyn turned his head in surprise. Father Chofsky looked down at him benevolently and said, "Herbal medicine is one of the domains of the Earth Mother. As her believer, I do know some of the basics, even if I'm not part of the Earth pathway." Emlyn tissed, "I'm not interested in religion, and I know little about it, although I've been copying Earth Mother's Bible in the recent months," he inwardly added as he slightly resentful tone before saying, "Father, I didn't expect you to accept non-believers in the faith. Among them, only 2 or 3 of them are believers in Earth Mother." Father Chofsky smiled without minding what he said. "They are also lives, innocent lives." Loving Father Chofsky. Emlyn paused for a few seconds, exhaled, and said, "Father, I've already found a way to resolve the psychological cue. Perhaps I will leave this place soon." Wait, why did I mention this? I was actually moved by him. What if he locks me up in the basement again? Emlyn suddenly turned nervous. Father Chofsky's expression remained unchanged as he looked down and said to Emlyn, "Actually, you didn't need to seek out solution. In a little while, the psychological cue would be automatically removed, and you will be free to choose whether to come to the cathedral. Any longer, I would have become Earth Mother." "No, Mother's devout believer?" Emlyn blurted out. Father Chofsky raised an eyebrow and said, feeling somewhat surprised, "I didn't compel you to change your faith." I love Father Chofsky. So good. "The psychological cue I left in you was for you to return to the cathedral every day, hoping that you would be able to fully appreciate the value of life and joy of the harvest. The only effect of the psychological cue was to make me return to the cathedral." Emlyn's expression instantly froze. Father Chofsky nodded frankly. "Yes." Emlyn's mouth gasped as he slowly and mechanically turned his head to look back at the altar, looking at Earth Mother's sacred emblem of life, as if he had become a puppet the very instant. In the evening of the 31st December, 2 Daffodil Street, Tingen City, Benson and Melissa! Benson entered the house and took off his hat and coat and chuckled. "I've been second-class ticket for the steam locomotive, Backlund." So they're finally going to Backlund as Klein is gone? What kind of sick joke is that? "I've booked second-class tickets for the steam locomotive to Backlund." Actually, it's probably kind of nice because, that would have sucked. On January 3rd, Melissa, who was sitting in the dining room with several newspapers in front of her, weirdly said, "Benson, the air in Backlund is terrible. Tens of thousands of people have died from the poison disease caused by smog a few days ago. It's sad and regretful manner." Benson walked to the dining room, sighed, and said, "But the 2 houses have already passed. The report submitted by the National Atmospheric Pollution Council, there will be legislation to regulate the emission of smoke and wastewater, so the new Backlund will welcome us. You don't have to worry too much." Having said that, he smiled mockingly. "When I came back from Iron Cross Street, I found a lot of factory owners or their employees from Backlund recruiting people. They said that due to the smog and plague, the factories there are suffering a shortage of manpower, so they're willing to promise that the working hours and minimum wage will be much better than the current standard." It sucks that tens of thousands of people had to die for them to just understand basic human working conditions and basic human living wage. "Well, more and more people flock to Backlund. It will be impossible unless those both houses pass the corresponding laws directly." Benson spread his hands and pointed to the table. "Well, it's time to receive the new year. There were 3 sets of forks and knives, 3 There were 3 sets of forks and knives, 3 empty porcelain plates, and 3 cups on the table. 3 cups, 1 for beer and 2 for ginger beer. On the evening of the 31st of December, dressed to the nines, Audrey stood inside the lounge waiting. Dude, that was brutal. That was just you know what? Hey, how about while you're down on the ground suffering, I run you over with a car. Fuck you. Dressed to the nines, Audrey stood inside a lounge waiting for the star of the New Year's party. However, one couldn't see the excitement, abundance, and joy on her face, despite the fact that she was about to become an adult. In front of her was a newspaper on it written, according to the preliminary estimates, a total of over 21,000 people died in the smog, and the subsequent plague took the lives of the close to 40,000 people. Among the deceased were young children, healthy young men, and women. Pew. Audrey couldn't help but close her eyes. Yeah, same girl. Wish I could. Just then, her father, Earl Hall, and mother, Lady Caitlin, knocked on the door and said in unison, "Your beauty surpasses everyone tonight. Darling, it's time. The Queen is waiting for you." Audrey slowly breathed out and wore an elegant and beautiful smile. She then walked out to the lounge and entered the party hall, under the company of her parents. She walked all the way in front of the dais and under the gaze of many, handed her white muslin glove hand to the Queen. The Queen led her to the edge of the dais, and they faced all of the guests. After a short pause, the Queen smiled and said, "Although this is a dark period in Backland history, we still have a gem that can illuminate the entire city." Absolutely, the gem of Backland. The gem of the Lowen Kingdom, to be honest. Her wisdom, her beauty, her character, her etiquette are all impeccable. Today I will formally introduce her to Lady Audrey Hall. Bang, bang, bang. Outside the window, the fireworks exploded into a dreamy light. On the last day of the 1349, Audrey officially came of age and was presented to society. In the afternoon of the 3rd of January, 1350, on the outskirts of the East Borough, a newly opened cemetery using divination, Klein found the graves of Old Coiler and Liv. It wasn't a grave in the truest sense. It wasn't the grave in the truest sense of the word, but rather a niche where an urn was stored. They went on row after row, stacked one above another. Standing there, Klein saw that not only was there no photograph or epithet on Old Coiler's niche, but even his name was missing. Shut up! They didn't even write his name down? Similar situations weren't uncommon. There was too many ownerless ashes whose relatives and friends couldn't be located. Their names, looked, and whatever experience they had were unknowing, nor did they garner the interest of anyone. They were only distinguished by the numbers of niches. Klein closed his eyes, pulled out a slip of paper, shook it onto the piece of metal, and carved the word on the niche's door. Coiler. Then he added an epithet. He was a good worker. He had a wife, a son, and a daughter. He worked hard to live. I'm just gonna bite my tongue. Beautiful words, Klein. Really beautiful words. Shakespeare who? You could tell that one came from the heart. That one really came from the heart. He withdrew his wrists, and with a shake of his wrist, the black-haired, brown-eyed, and emancipated Klein let a paper burn in his hands, as if he was a memorial service to all the souls residing in the area. Instead of appearing to help Daisy, who had lost her mother and sister, he anonymously wrote to reporter Mike Joseph describing the girl's predicament in details, as to not implicate her on his own affairs. Mike had met Daisy, knew about... No, like, it was honest. It was good. Is that actually what it is? Okay. Taking 2 steps back, Klein looked around, taking in the names, photos, and even the victims who had those missing. He raised his... That's why it's called Faceless. It's not because he goes to it's because all of these people don't have names. They don't have anything. That's fucked up. That was you being... Not just hit a girl when she's down. Run her over with a car. He raised his head, a long breath, turned around, and left the cemetery. On the steam locomotive to Backlund, Melissa was engrossed in her textbook, and Benson was soon chatting with the passengers around him. It's too expensive, just too expensive. A whole 10 soldi, half a pound, a burly man who wasn't even 30 sighed from the bottom of his heart. If it weren't for the fact that I could buy a third-class seat or a boat ticket recently, I would have spent this money at it. This is the equivalent to half a week's worth of my salary. Indeed, there are too many people heading to Backlund after the new year. A burly man wiped off his heartbroken expression and said, extendedly, because they promised me 21 soldi a week and that I would need to work more than 12 hours a day, we signed a contract. When I receive my first payment and rent a house, my wife will come to Backlund and she'll be able to get a good job, a job that pays about 12 to 13 soldi a week. It's sad that Backlund is in dire need of people when it comes time. We'll earn a total of over £1.50 a week and we'll be able to eat meat frequently. Your wish will definitely be achieved. The king has already signed a bill passing a law for a minimum wage and maximum working hours. Benson sincerely wished him well before smiling. This is the land of hope. Woo! The steam locomotive brought countless... That's crazy that, like, it ends... Volume 1 ends with Klein going to Backlund, and now Volume 2 ends with Benson and Melissa going to Backlund. The steam locomotive brought countless hopeful people to Backlund, and the sky was bright, and the fog and air had thinned a lot. The gas lamps on the platform were no longer lit. That early. Expected, Benson protected his sister and wallet before leaving the station with their suitcases while flowing the crowd. Suddenly, they simultaneously felt a gaze sweep past them. Tracing the gaze, Benson and Melissa saw a young gentleman with neat... No! I knew it. Oh, the gentleman with gold-rimmed glass, with neat black hair and dark brown eyes. The gentleman with gold-rimmed glasses pressed his hat and looked past them in the distance. Benson and Melissa also looked away and cast their gaze to the smoky pillars in the garden in the middle of the street as they looked forward to seeing the underground transportation system in Backlund. Twisting the knife. You know what? Every time I think it's bad, guess what? It gets worse. Just remember that, kids. If you ever think it's bad, it can always get worse. Carrying his suitcase with an expressionless look, Klein walked past them with his body kept straight. He entered the departure station facing the mass people pouring into the land of hope. People filled with wonderful hopes in their hearts. It was the best of times. It was the worst of times. We're all done. I'm gonna go cry now. See you guys next time. Damn. Well, thanks for hanging out. Hopefully we all got some entertainment and enjoyment out of that. I know I did. I'll see you guys. Don't despair. Don't worry. I won't despair. Check the... I know, I gotta check. The Discord was going off while I was here. So we're not addressing... I've been on this for 4 hours. Thanks so much for sticking around. If you stuck around, I had a lot of fun. I hope you guys had a lot of fun. And just going forward, if anything goes wrong in the streams or, something happens, it's Harsh's fault. Just blame everything on Harsh. Other than that, I don't got anything else. But you guys have a great rest of your night or a great day. I don't know what time zone you're in. And I'll see you guys next time for stream. So, bye-bye. Bye, Harsh. Bye, everybody else. And have a great rest of your night.